The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is under call.
Madam President.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On the motion, all in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Mindful of the privilege it is to serve the people of Minnesota, please stand for a moment of silent reflection. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swatzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Mayquaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Umu Verbatim, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
A quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7. Anderson, Bolden, Nelson, and Port. The third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House file numbers 2431 and 2438. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
No action is required. First reading of House bills, the fourth order of business. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Fifth order of business, reports of committees. There is a report at the desk to be read. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Marty from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred Senate File Number 2483, a bill for an act relating to higher education, providing funding and policy-related changes for the Office of Higher Education, Minnesota State Colleges and Universities, and the University of Minnesota. Reports the same back with the recommendation that the bill be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass.
Senator Murphy.
Madam President, I move the committee reports printed in the agenda and read by the Secretary be adopted.
On the adoption of the committee reports, all in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The sixth order of business, the Secretary will read the Senate file number.
Senate File Number 2483.
The Senate file has been given its second reading. Seventh order of business, the second reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file numbers.
House File Numbers 2432, 2551, and 2563.
The House files have been given their second reading. The eighth order of business, introduction, first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introductions calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated. Ninth order of business, motions and resolutions. We will adopt the author motions as one motion. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. The motion prevails. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Murphy.
Madam President, Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration. Members, the list is on your desk.
Thank you. The first bill on special orders is numbers 36. On general orders, Senate File 1832. Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, members, for allowing me to present Senate File 1832 as amended. While this is primarily a budget document, I do want to highlight a few policy items first. We included a couple sections of Deed's policy bill, which but we specifically chose not to sunset these reports, and they have been included in their initial policy bill, Our staff, as well as members on this committee, expressed concerns about doing so, and I want you to know that we heard you loud and clear and elected not to include that language. We have a number of non-controversial policy pieces in the jobs bill here, but I did want to highlight that Senator Draheim's proposal to include labor participation rates by county was included. We think that's a good idea and that it is worth a conversation as we continue to move forward with this bill. I've often talked about how we seek to represent the whole state in our bill, and tracking labor statistics by county seems to me like a helpful way to combine or continue this work or this goal together. Additionally, you will see we have reporting language based off of Senator Pratt's bill. We didn't go as far as my good friend Senator Pratt wanted to go, but we made sure that there was a base level of reporting necessary for every appropriation made in our bill. For context, when we were getting ready for session, we were attempting to do our homework to see how things were going with all of our appropriations from 2023, and if possible, some from 2024. But we were surprised that more reporting wasn't publicly available to us. While we are sensitive to making organizations spend more time reporting on their work that they were doing rather than doing that work, just give me a moment, I'm flipping my pages. Rather than doing the actual work, we do think that some base level of reporting is necessary for all organizations so that we can prioritize our finite resources, as Senator Draheim and others have talked about throughout session. We feel that we've struck a reasonable balance, but I'm more than willing to continue to work to refine this language as the bill moves forward. Now to the budget. We did our best to fund projects across the state, not just in the metro area. We have Senator Pratt's bill for therapy for first responders in the bill, Senator Draheim's proposal to help train more oncologists in rural areas where there's a dire need for them, Senator Nelson's bill to give grants to small rural communities across Minnesota. We have money for Special Olympics, and yes, Senator Housley, who's not on the floor yet, we have enough money for the junior hockey championships. We sought to make sure that the entire state is represented, not just the 7 metropolitan area. You'll also see that we did take some of the governor's cuts to programs, or did not take some of the governor's cuts to programs like IPS services for those facing mental health challenges. And while I was certainly frustrated with the situation that vocational rehabilitation services folks put us in, I did appropriate some money to help fill that gap from the Workforce Development Fund. It was only $2 million a biennium, which is not enough to address the $10.3 million hole that they've created for themselves, but I wanted to show that while I'm frustrated that their negligence has put us in this situation, I don't want to take it out on their staff who were not to blame or the people they serve who need their help. Please know that this will continue to be a point of negotiation as we move forward, but I wanted to explain to you how I arrived at the numbers in our bill. I also wanted to highlight that we incorporated some feedback from NDC, MEDA, and the Minnesota Initiatives Foundation into the Promise Act program that was created 2 years ago. While we have seen great results so far, we have learned a lot from the rollout and administering the first round of the program. And the changes we have made aim to make more businesses and entrepreneurs eligible while still aiming to help small businesses and not let larger businesses with more easy access to capital soak up all the money from this program. I think we found the right balance, but as always, I'm open to feedback because I want to make sure that this helps as many small businesses across our state as possible. I also want to thank my job committee members, Senator Draheim, our lead, Senator Muhammad, our wonderful vice chair, Senator Gustafson, Senator Hur, Senator Housley, Senator Nelson, Senator Powell, and last but certainly not least, my good friend, Senator Pratt. I also appreciate the fact that this bill was able to pass out of our committee unanimously, and even if changes to the bill preclude you from voting for the bill, I appreciate the vote of confidence and all your partnership in putting this bill together as well. There's a couple other people I want to acknowledge because at the end it may get a little cumbersome. I want to acknowledge and thank Shamika Bogan, who's my executive assistant to the president, Tom Milton, who is my committee administrator, Taylor Tidwell Bennett, who is the committee legislative assistant, Ben Petty, who's Senator Muhammad's legislative assistant and who's also helped to run the Zoom, and our wonderful nonpartisan staff, Carlin Dole-Fontaine and Hannah Noder, our partisan researchers, Damian Moore and Andy Larson, our interns, Isabel Ojtain and Alexis Alfaro, and Tierra Lewis as well. And pages, Betsy Rosemark, Will Battle, and Perrin King, and all the advocates and hardworking organizations that serve our state daily. So with that being said, I am prepared to answer any and all questions and to deal with any amendments that the body has. Just so that we know, you know that the first section that we will deal with is the jobs and economics section. Then once we're done with that, is my understanding, then I'll turn it over to the worthy and wonderful Senator McEwen, who will cover the labor portion of the bill. Thank you so much for indulging me, and I stand for any questions.
Discussion on Senate File 1832. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator Champion yield for a question?
Senator Champion yields. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Champion. Senator Champion, how many nonprofit organizations are funded in this bill, in this omnibus bill?
Senator Champion.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for that question. Senator Drazkowski, we have a number of nonprofits in the bill from all across this great state, whether they're in northern Minnesota, or southern Minnesota, or central Minnesota. We tried to take a balanced approach so that we have support for those nonprofits all across the state. The exact number I don't know, but there's a spreadsheet that's on your desk that you can certainly take a look through that spreadsheet and be able to identify and count the number of nonprofits that we are funding.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would he continue to yield, Madam Chair?
Senator Champion continues to yield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Champion, can you tell us, amongst those many nonprofits in your bill that receive taxpayer money, what is the total amount of taxpayer dollars that your bill allocates to the unknown numbers of nonprofits? Senator
Champion.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for that question. I'll get that answer for you if you give me a couple seconds.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be willing to wait if you'd indulge, Madam Chair.
Just 1 second. Senator Champion, do you have an answer now? Or would
I am waiting for the answer. If you give me a second or two, Madam President.
Senator,
Thank you,
Senator Champion.
President, and thank you, Senator Senator Drazkowski, and thank you for your patience. We just wanted to make sure that we can look through it and see what it is. So in 26-27, it is roughly $56.6 million, and that includes both workforce development and general funds.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Madam President, and thank you, Chair Champion. So I won't ask about the out biennium because curiosity would lend me to want to know if that increases in the out biennium or not. $56.6 million of the people's money going to nonprofit organizations. Would Senator Champion yield again, Madam President?
Senator Champion continues to yield.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Champion, are you familiar with the Office of the Legislative Auditor report, their evaluation from 2023 titled Oversight of State-Funded Grants to Nonprofit Organizations? And has your committee heard from the OLA about it in front of your committee? And then lastly, have you included anything in your bill to deal with the five-alarm fire that they called out in their report, talking about systemic noncompliance with requirements in state agencies around nonprofit organization funding?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for the question. Just for context, as I mentioned earlier, $56.6 million is money that is being allocated across our state because we believe in making sure there's balance across our state. And this is also to make sure that Minnesotans across our state are receiving the services that they really deserve. Specifically to the senator's question, yes, we made sure that every member of our committee had that report, had any discussions about that report, but not only just having the report and discussions about the report, we have language in our bill specific to some of the concerns raised, and Senator Pratt has put forth some reporting language that we adopted that is also in the bill.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Champion, thank you. I look forward to reading that language closer in this omnibus bill. I certainly have some ideas around it too, and maybe we can continue to improve what has been inserted in the bill. I'll take a look. Madam Chair, I would move the A93 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 4, delete lines 1 to 6. This is the A93 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, the A93 amendment deletes all of the nonprofit organization spending in the bill. Senator Champion, the chair of the committee, reported to us moments ago that that means $56.6 million for 26-27. We still don't know what the number is for 28 and 29, and we also don't know how many nonprofit organizations. I could go through on my amendment and add them up, Madam President, but there's 2 long pages of deletions in my amendment. And members, we have been running afield, we have been running off of the road, and we have been running into the ditch as we, as a legislature, have funded nonprofit organizations with the people's money. I mentioned the legislative audit report moments ago. This is something that we need to deal with inherently within the notion of the legislature writing a bill that gives money to a nonprofit organization that largely does not report back to the legislature about it, doesn't have the accountability necessary. As a matter of fact, Madam President, it's included in the Legislative Auditor's Report under Chapter 4 titled Accountability that says non-systemic non-compliance amongst the nonprofit organizations in their reporting to state government and to legislators. We have placed ourselves in very precarious positions as a legislature, as the fiduciary of the people's money that comes here, which is our fundamental responsibility as a legislature. And members, it has placed individual members of this body in bad positions. We have before us now, as we know, an ethics complaint that stems out of funding of nonprofit organizations, where one of our members has authored not one but many. And Madam President, I brought up the other day in a separate resolution, I had 9 different nonprofit organizations in my hand that were authored by the same member, Madam President, and all 9 of them had large contributions, many of them maxed out contributions to that member's campaign committee. Now let that sink in, members. And members, staff is not done digging in this. They're continuing to dig, and there's more bills that are not included in my stack of 9 for this one particular member. And I know there are multiple bills for other members that have the same scenario. Members, we should not be sending money to nonprofit organizations. We should not be sending them cash money that has been proven by a legislative auditor that we are not building in accountability for. We know that now. This was a 2023 report. This is not a responsible legislature, Madam President. If we have $56 million funding dozens of nonprofits in the face of the fact that we know that this reporting is not happening, and there is likely very large opportunities for fraud and abuse and corruption to be happening from this, because we have seen pieces of it. Would Senator Champion yield for another question, Madam President?
Senator Champion yields. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Champion, there was a resolution I brought up the other day, and I outlined several bills that you had authored that I had questions about, that were very questionable in whether we had integrity about the use of those funds completely. And I'm wondering, are any of those organizations funded in this bill?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski, for your question. And Madam President, I recognize that we're on the A93, and we seem to be a little more strayed from the A93, but I'll be happy to engage Senator Drazkowski. So, Senator Drazkowski, let me start from your last question and then work backwards. There are no organizations in this bill from the article that you have read and that you're concluding as if the information articulated in the article as being true. You have that right in order to think whatever you like, and that's okay. I have always and will continue to operate in integrity. In fact, I will be so respectful of members that I don't attack members on floors. I don't raise innuendos. And I think it's sometimes unfortunate when members get on the floor and we do not adhere to the standards that all senators should be responsive to. So just so that we're clear, we have guardrails, Madam Chair. Madam President, and I would ask that I am asking for a roll call, number one, Madam President. A roll call, please. I'm requesting on the A93. I'm asking the members also to vote no on the roll call. Excuse me, vote no on the amendment. Here's why. Number one, the money that we have invested across the state for nonprofits is important for the people that we serve. It goes across this great state of Minnesota that we are all so proud of, and we should all be proud to represent and respect the members that are on this floor in order to represent. I understood that some of the questions that Senator Drazkowski asked was around reporting. We have reporting that we've always done in 2023. In fact, we've improved that reporting as well because we think it's important to always constantly look at reporting. And specifically, when there's some concerns articulated, not issues of fraud, not issues of corruption. We know that sometimes people want to be provocative and use those words, but that's nothing that is a part of any direct appropriation or any nonprofit that we have resourced here. So the issue around reporting is something that we continue. In fact, that's why I mentioned earlier that Senator Pratt has some reporting language in there so that the legislature is able to get any and all information that they need about nonprofits. Here's the other thing that I'll say. We should not demonize or vilify nonprofits because they do great work across this great state. In fact, we got a letter from the Minnesota Nonprofits Association who suggested that we should not be demonizing nonprofits as if they are bad. We believe that there are good nonprofits like there are good for-profits, and we should always do everything that we can, and that is what we have promoted. So there's a report that comes back to the legislature, and members, there are always guardrails around making sure that anyone, whether they're for-profit or nonprofit, if they get the taxpayers' money, that they have to abide by those rules. So thank you so very much. Sorry to be long-winded. I'll try to be much more focused, but I want to make sure that we're very clear as to the A93 amendment. And I did request a roll call, and I don't see a roll call on the board. And I ask that the members vote no on the A93 amendment.
Senator Champion, I did not want to interrupt you while you were speaking. There will be a roll call. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Champion. These concerns stand, Madam President, and I think this amendment and the impetus behind it, which is the history of what we have experienced here as a legislature in the last several years, the history that the legislative auditor has pointed out, and the weakness of this idea of taking cash money in the form of a bill and giving cash money to an organization is a unique thing. It's uniquely different than us forming out policy. And Senator Champion, I'll offer you this. I agree, there are nonprofits that do good things. There are many nonprofits that do good things. But the question is it the role of government to fund nonprofits? Is it the role of government to give cash money to organizations which, in this case, it's been shown are not even being able to be accountable for the dollars we send them? Those are the questions. That's the impetus behind the amendment, and I look forward to discussion, Madam President.
Further discussion on the A93 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski.
Well, Madam President, members, I know what's going to happen here. This amendment is not going. The majority is not going to be supporting the amendment. I just urge this body to take seriousness with this issue. There is $56.6 million in this bill being funded to organizations in a way and under a current system that our legislative auditor has said there are severe weaknesses in reporting and accountability. And we are doing it in the bill anyway. That, Madam President, is a huge glaring problem. And I look forward to members joining me in finding ways to end this practice in this legislature. We should not be doing this. Madam President, given that, I know what the outcome of this vote will be. I will withdraw the A93 amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
The A93 amendment has been withdrawn. Further discussion? Okay. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to offer the A64 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 98 after line 25, insert. This is the A64 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, there's an old saying up on the Iron Range that when the U.S. economy sneezes, the Iron Range catches a cold. And the Iron Range has caught a cold recently. As most of you have probably heard, between two of our mines up there, 650 workers have been laid off. Many of them don't know when they will be called back to return to work. And so in the tradition that we have done over the years, we want to make sure that we take care of these workers so that they're still around in the future when the mines start back up, so that we have that skilled workforce to make sure that they're able to restart the mines. First, I want to thank some folks for some bipartisan support. A couple weeks ago, Senator Murphy and Senator Hawj came up to meet with some of our laid-off miners to hear their concerns, and I know that the miners appreciated that they came up. And also, I want to thank Senator Hawj for his help in drafting this bipartisan legislation to make sure that we have the language exactly the way that it needs to be to help our laid-off miners. And so I would ask for support from the body on this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion of the A64. Senator Housechild.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Farnsworth, for doing this bipartisan legislation for our region. I, of course, rise today in support of this amendment to stand with our miners at Minorca and Hibtac, who have been laid off at no fault of their own. It's pretty reminiscent of when I joined the Senate and Senator Farnsworth as well. At that time, we were facing similar circumstances, albeit a little bit different, with the North Shore miners in my district. And many of these steelworkers at Hibtac and Minorca live and reside in my district as well. So we're one family on the Iron Range. And, we know that the steelworkers really power our economy in northern Minnesota. When you consider the size of many of the towns on the Iron Range and the economic power and the wealth that some of these steelworkers bring to the community, this is a huge hit to our region. And many of these steelworkers are skilled miners who bring experience that only they can bring to the operation of our mines. That is why this is a unique case for our miners. We have to make sure that the steelworkers that are laid off at our mines stay in our communities on the Iron Range, that their families have food on the table, that their kids stay in our schools, that their families stay and reside on the Iron Range for when our mines are ready to get back up and operational. We don't have the same opportunities for different jobs on the Iron Range that other places do and other regions do. So keeping them in our communities is really critical. And this is not a handout. This is a promise. In these tough times, we don't abandon working people. We stand with them and have their back. And I want to really, really say thank you to President Champion, the author of the Jobs Bill, who has served on the IRRB board as a representative in the majority, who has come up to visit our mines, to understand the Iron Range, and bring his perspective from being a Minneapolis senator and really understanding the importance of mining on our economy. I think we in Minnesota could do a lot better job thinking together as one rather than dividing ourselves along regions. And I think this bill and this extension in unemployment benefits for our steelworkers is a critical example of that. So colleagues, I hope you'll join me in providing this lifeline for our steelworkers. I also would be remiss not to point out that Majority Leader Murphy came with Senator Farnsworth and I to visit with the steelworkers at the Minorca mine. This is just showing that all of us have really sort of been all hands on deck in this effort, and this is a really critical piece for us on the Iron Range. Thank you so much for your support.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to talk briefly about this amendment. I've been up to the mines. I've met with the steelworkers as well, and I understand the plight that these communities are facing. I also understand how unusual it is for us to do an extension of unemployment insurance benefits before layoffs have really kicked in earnest. We don't know how many of these miners will be getting additional jobs. We don't know how many of these working heavy equipment or driving trucks, which is what a lot of these folks are doing in the mine. We don't No. And this is not a step that we usually take this early in the process. Even during COVID, we came back to extend unemployment benefits later on rather than doing them presumptively. I will say that I appreciate Senator Farnsworth leaving in the experience rating on the unemployment insurance. I think that's a good add from what we've seen in previous extension bills, because it does make sure that we are replenishing the unemployment trust fund. Members, 2 years ago, we had a $1.8 billion reserve in the UI trust fund. That's down 40% over the last 2 years. And this will put potentially an additional drain on that fund, and maybe unnecessarily. What we could do to help our miners is what the union presidents told me when I was visiting with them. We could keep energy costs low. One of the miners told me a 1% increase in energy cost was one of his men. So energy cost has a real impact on the ability of these mines to operate. We could finally do the permitting reform that Governor Walz has promised us for so many years, but has failed to take any real action on. We could get these mines operational and up sooner so these people didn't have to take layoffs and wait for the bureaucratic process to continue. They could be back to work almost immediately. So, Madam President, I have concerns about this proposal. We all want to support the miners. We all value the Iron Range. I've often said that the economy in Minnesota requires a strong economy in outstate Minnesota, which requires a strong ag and a strong mining economy. But we need to get copper nickel mining up and running. We need to get taconite mining back up and running, because that's what helps fuel the manufacturing explosion that we're expecting to see in the coming years. Thank you.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to Senator Farnsworth as well as Senator Hawj. And Senator Hawj has been so gracious always to help make sure I understand more and more about the Iron Range, and that's after having the great interaction between David Tomasoni and all the other Iron Rangers. So I stand with gratitude for always being able to learn more about areas even outside of my area. One of the things that I would like for us not to forget that is in 2023, when we realized that there was a challenge on the range, the very first bill that we did off this floor, and especially from the Jobs Committee, was to help miners on the Iron Range. And so we demonstrated our commitment there, and we know that this challenge arose and has resurfaced, and so we need to step forward, and I'm willing to do that. It is important for us to meet the moment, but I think it's also important for us to understand, for us to support all workers, no matter where they live, all workers, because our workforce is very important, and we want to always demonstrate our support for them. So with that being said, Madam Chair, I would see the A64 as a friendly amendment.
Further discussion on the A64 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Champion, for accepting this as a friendly amendment, and thank you for your support, Senator Champion, of steelworkers across the Iron Range. One last thing as I close, Madam President, a lot of people don't know that one of the mines, Minorca, that recently closed is the mine that my dad worked at for 33 years and was able to support a family with a good living. And so for me, it's personal. I remember the old days in the 1980s when he was laid off and life was tough, and this will help make that more bearable for our workers. So in the words of Senator Tomasoni, this is a good bill. Please support it.
Thank you, Senator Farnsworth. I neglected to see that Senator Mitchell had her hand raised. I'm going to call on her, and then I'll come back to you for a final comment. Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been to the Iron Range, talked to the miners. I'm tremendously empathetic for anyone that is in this situation. We were in a different financial position as a state a couple years ago, but with the chaos coming down federally, cuts to some of our federal employees here in Minnesota, federal cuts to some of our programs, there is so much uncertainty. And I hear from my community so many people worried about jobs and cuts. I was at our VA Medical Center just a few weeks ago. They are facing cuts there that are going to impact our veterans. So while I want to help anyone that is in this position, I think if we're going to do a plan, we should do a plan that helps all Minnesotans that are starting to feel this squeeze and not just one group, because I think we have a bigger issue that is going on because of the federal chaos and some of the cuts that have been so unconscionable across the board to our workers. So I really appreciate this. I want to help everyone, though, if we look at a plan for extended unemployment. Thank you.
Senator Farnsworth. Is there any further discussion? There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the A64 amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 1832, Senator Jasinski. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the A86 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 85, after line 10, insert. This is the A86 amendment.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Madam President. Paid family leave the implementation starts on January 1st, 2026. And we all know when big programs like this start in our state, there's a lot of questions and concerns and issues and people want answers to. And on January 1st, 2026, it would be nice if they could have somebody there to answer the phone for the paid family leave program. So what the A26 amendment does, or the A86 amendment does, is to require that the paid family leave call center, it's instructing deed to have the call center open on January 1st, 2026. Thank you.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of order. Madam President.
State your point of order and cite the rule.
Pursuant to Senate Rule 35, the amendment relates to a substantially different subject and purpose than that of the bill before us.
Advice, Madam President.
Madam President, would you like to call me first?
Senator Rasmussen, I don't believe I need any advice. A point of order is well taken.
Madam President, would appeal the ruling of the President and request a roll call.
There is a challenge to the ruling of the President. All those in favor of no? A roll call has been asked
Madam
for.
President, may I offer advice to the body?
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. Advice to the body. When you look at Rule 35, it simply states that a non-germane amendment includes one that relates to a substantially different subject or is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill to which it is proposed. The bill before the body funds deed. It has policy changes related to deed. That's in the title of the bill, relating to policy changes and financing deed. And the Housley Amendment simply is instructing them on an operational matter, that they have to be open on the first day that paid leave is offered to Minnesotans. That's what this bill is for. If we look in Mason's says the same thing, that it has to, that if it relates to a substantially different subject, that it's not germane. But this relates to the topic in front of the body. And Madam President, it's even in the spreadsheet that we have on our desk. There is money for paid leave in the spreadsheet before us that's being carried in this bill's spreadsheet. And we are simply asking for the opportunity to instruct the agency which we are attempting to fund in this bill on some operational matters. This is germane. If members think it's a bad idea to have this call center open on the first day, they can vote no. If you think it's a good idea, vote yes. But this is germane to the bill, and I'd ask that you vote red to appeal the ruling of the President. Thank you, Madam President.
The question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate according to Senate Rule 14.4? A roll call has been requested. We're under further discussion. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to reiterate what Senator Rasmussen said. Members, in your spreadsheet, there is a statutory appropriation to deed that's being covered. That deed has the funds in order to be able to do this. It is in a separate account, so it does not throw the bill out of balance. But this is, in fact, in the spreadsheet. And I think by the fact that we acknowledge there is a statutory appropriation we expect deed to draw on, it does, in fact, become germane to the bill. Thank you, Madam President and members.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A roll call has been requested. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator
Zhang.
Zhang, thank you, votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 nays, the judgment of the President is upheld. Further discussion of Senate File 1832.
Madam President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President, for not being, or I apologize for not being ready for my A83. I'd like to offer the A83 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 54, after line 12, insert. This is the A83 amendment.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. We know across the state of Minnesota, our small towns and our Main Street downtowns are so important. So what this amendment would do would continue the description of what small business assistant partnership grants could be used for, and it adds to revitalize or strengthen downtown or neighborhood commercial districts. The Main Street program across Minnesota has been very successful in many communities to revitalize our downtowns, to continue to see them thrive. So with this, I hope it's a friendly amendment. I'd ask us to vote green on the A83 amendment.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Jasinski. You are always very thoughtful, and I sincerely appreciate that. But I'm going to ask for a roll call vote and say no right now. I'll be happy to continue to look at it, and if there's something that we can do to include it, once I get some additional information, I'll be happy to do that later, Senator Jasinski. You have my commitment on continue to work on this with you.
There will be a roll call. Further discussion of the A83 amendment. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Champion. I would like to continue to work on it. I would really like a green vote, though. Again, this is very important for our communities across the state to get funding and training to staff to help them revitalize downtowns, many of our downtowns across the state. So I'd ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A83 amendment.
Madam President.
Members will please vote. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes.
Senator Port votes no.
Sorry, Senator.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
And Senator Nelson votes aye. All members have voted. There being 33 ayes, I'm sorry, Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion on Senate File 1832. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, a couple of months ago, we were sitting in one of the hearing rooms listening to the legislative auditor talk about compliance with deed reporting and how effective it was. And there were a number of items that came up continually about the lack of compliance with that reporting, even the lack of depth in the reporting. Prior to that, I had mentioned I had Senate File 2465 that was going to be heard in the Jobs Committee later that next week that would address some of those issues to make sure that we added that depth. But one of the things I found coming out of that hearing was if a grantee does not comply, and we've had this problem with deed in the past, there's no repercussion. There's no penalty. I appreciate Senator Champion carrying forward a large part of the deed reporting changes. I think it's going to create a lot more transparency into those both named and unnamed grants that get funded. But Madam President, we do need to make sure that our grantees have skin in the game as well, and so I would like to offer the A82 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 45, after line 18, insert. This is the A82 amendment.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this just adds on to the reporting language in the bill that says a grantee that fails to comply with the terms of the grant agreement must return any grant funds received, and such grantee is ineligible for future grants until those grants are repaid. Madam President, this is not intended to be to penalize any of those that get grants and those that are doing good work. It's meant to reward those that are following the rules and reporting back to DEED on how those funds are being used and the success rates that are being achieved. When I presented a bill earlier this year on PTSD treatment for first responders, we were able to show a 90% success rate in getting first responders back into first responder jobs. And we should be expecting that from all of our grantees. But Madam President, too often, and this goes back to 2016 and some of the grants that we did, too often grantees just fail to report. They know ahead of time what they're supposed to do, but they fail to provide that information. And there's no repercussion. In fact, we may even give them a grant the next session, or they could even get another competitive grant, even though they've failed to complete the terms and the agreement of their current grant. So I think this is a good common sense amendment, and I encourage members to vote yes.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt is a person who I have a great relationship with, and we talk often, especially as a part of the jobs bill. At one time, he was the chair of the jobs bill, so I respect his opinion. But there are times when Senator Pratt and I disagree, and this is one of those times where we disagree. In fact, it is true that he put forth a bill and it got a hearing. We wrestled over it. But there's the second portion of his proposal that caused the committee some consternation, which is the very portion that he is offering here in the A82. Here's why. We believe that there is information and language in our bill that requires reporting. What Senator Pratt wants to do on the A82, if you look at it closely, which is what we disagree with, and by the way, I am requesting a roll call on the A82, is he's saying that his first responders, as an example, he talked about the success of his first responders program. We have this first responders program as a part of our bill. But let's say this. Let's say the first responders, they did all their work. And in fact, let me pause there and put a pin in this because I think it's important for me to explain this before I go to the next part of what I'm going to say. In order for any organization to receive money, even if it's a direct appropriation, members do not, and public, do not be misguided by some of the things that are said on this floor, like they get all this cash and they can do whatever they want. That's untrue. What they have to do is enter into a contract with the agency. The agency and then will set metrics and all the other eligibility and criteria that is necessary in order for them to receive a reimbursement. Members, you heard me correctly, reimbursement. Because what they have to do is adhere to the contract, and they, as an organization, have to pay any money in order to do the work, then submit an invoice to DEED, and DEED looks at it in order to determine if they met the requirements of the contract. If they did, they pay the invoice. If they did not, they do not pay the invoice. Members, but in this situation, I want us to continue with this scenario as articulated so eloquently by Senator Pratt, which is his first responders do the work and then they fail to report. And guess what happens? All the good work that they did, everything that they demonstrated to DEED and others in order to be reimbursed, they now are required to give back every penny that they received under this amendment. Members, we believe that that was going too far, and we're always considering what we can do in order to make sure that there's skin in the game and there's a report, because there is a reporting requirement, and we believe that is sufficient. So because of that, I did ask for a roll call. I'm asking you to vote no, and we'll continue to work on this, but we do believe that this goes a bit too far.
There'll be a roll call. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President Rest. Thank you, Senator Pratt, for bringing this forward. And I think this is exactly what the people of Minnesota are looking for, some accountability. We lead the nation in waste, fraud, and abuse, and that is not something we should be proud of. And I think it is about time that we hold our partners, our nonprofit partners, to a higher standard. And I believe this E82 amendment does that. I urge everyone to vote green. Thank you.
Further discussion of the A82 Pratt amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Madam President, Senator Champion is right in some of his concern, and I believe we disagree on another part. Many grants are reimbursable. The grantee does the work and they come and they request the money back. Some of these are forward grants. We give those funds out before the work is done. And so to say that all the grants follow the reimbursable model, Senator Draheim has carried a bill on that for several years, trying to follow that reimbursable model more and more often. But Madam President, let's take the organization that helps first responders that I carried the bill for. If they don't meet the terms of their contract, if they don't meet the reporting that they've agreed to do as part of the terms in order to receive those funds, then yes, they should have to pay them back. And you can bet darn sure I am not going to carry their bill again. This is about attacking fraud, waste, and abuse and making sure that the funds are there, and if organizations aren't meeting the obligations they've agreed to, that there's some accountability back. Members, I urge a yes vote.
A roll call has been requested. Further discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Westland for a report for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. I report that Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Johnson Stewart votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Jasinski. Senator Johnson. He just needs to get out of the way. Senator Jasinski.
Madam President.
Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion, Senator Pratt, and I will ask when someone requests a roll call, if you would pause for a minute so that I can respond to that before you continue on your speaking, it would be much appreciated. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, when employers pay into the workforce or pay into the unemployment insurance fund, they pay an additional tax into the workforce development fund. And the workforce development fund was intended to help laid off workers. It actually helps fund the state dislocated worker program. That's one of the key programs, and it provides some funding to our regional workforce development centers. And as Senator Champion said in the last debate, I was chair of the Jobs Committee, and prior to COVID, I would talk to employers and they would say, boy, we're just really struggling to find qualified workers. We just can't find qualified people to take these jobs. And when exiting COVID and the governor's stay-at-home orders that resulted in a massive drain on the unemployment system and a boom in hiring once we got out of it, employers started saying, hey, I don't need to worry about a qualified worker. I can make them qualified. I just need somebody to come in that I can train. Well, that's an expense. And the question is, why should an employer pay into the workforce development fund to train somebody to do the job that they're already training them to do? It's an interesting question, Madam President, because a lot of times it has a cost of sending somebody off-site to training. I know when I was in the corporate world, I would often go out and get training on the new computer language for the database that we were getting ready to release. It could be working a manufacturing machine. It could be just basic customer service skills. Could be a lot of things. And the employer is taking the risk and the cost of that training. But Madam President, they're not getting their tax money back for that. They're paying to train an employee workforce, but when they do the training, it's all on them on top of that. I actually have an employer in my district. He takes these high school kids and he puts them through training them to be journeyman electrician. And these kids start right out of high school digging trenches, and by the end of the program, they've got their journeyman's license. And most of them stay with them because they are so loyal, but they can go anywhere with that training. So, Madam President, I offer the A80 amendment, and I request a roll call.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 57 after line 22, insert. This is the A80 amendment.
Discussion on the where is it? Discussion on the A80 amendment, and there will be a roll call. Senator Champion.
Madam President, I was waiting for Senator Pratt if he was going to give any additional discussion. If not, I'll be happy to jump in here now. Madam President.
Senator Champion.
We believe that we should always have a trained and informed and capacity build workforce. And in fact, when we think about this, one of the things we also expect is for workers to receive benefits that will make the employer much more attractive. That's the reason why we do everything that we can in order to make sure that we not only have an informed workforce, but one that also has attractive benefits in order to make sure they have sustainable wages or family-sustaining wages for them and their families. Madam President, there's already in place an option and a mechanism where if an employer provides training for their employees where they can be reimbursed. That is already available. What is happening here is that Senator Pratt, is my understanding, doesn't want them to be reimbursed, for money to be available up front. And I must say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And what I mean by that is grantees and others have to provide, and demonstrate what they've done in order for them to be reimbursed. And so I will ask you to vote no, because we already have something similar to this already, and employers can already receive training dollars, and they can already receive a refund. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to my colleagues. Please vote no.
Further discussion on the A80 amendment. Senator Draheim.
Thank you. I rise, President Rest, to support the A80. Just imagine a world where we rely less on government and nonprofits and have our employers motivated to train the people, the co-workers they're going to be working with. And I believe Senator Pratt's amendment does that, and it's a reasonable request. We should have been doing this years ago. So if you want to support your Main Street businesses, I would recommend a green vote. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is an amendment that only affects those with 100 employees or fewer. And I would like to correct my good friend and colleague from Minneapolis. This is not a prospective. They're not coming to fund those programs. They are, in fact, coming back for a refund. So they have to demonstrate that they have that expense before they can make that claim. And Madam President, this is, I think, an important amendment for many of our small businesses to make sure that they are, in fact, hiring the workforce. We have passed so many employer mandates that the good benefits that many of these employers offered are now the same across the board. I know I was served on the board of a local nursing home where we offered great benefits. Our employees loved them. But now we've mandated that everybody cover that at the exact same level. We've lost our competitive advantage. So this is where, Madam President, we are able to distinguish and offer good employers a competitive advantage. And if I'm correct in the program that Senator Champion was mentioning, you have to go through one of the institutions of higher ed in order to comply for that refund. Madam President, this is simply, and again, let me correct my good friend and colleague, this is a refund program, not an upfront payment program, and they have to demonstrate that those funds have been expended. I think this is a great bill for our small employers, and I encourage members to vote yes.
There being no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll on the A80 amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
Senator Farnsworth votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion? Senator Pratt. Senator Draheim. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer the A92 and also ask for a roll call.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 8, delete lines 5 to 11. This is the A92 amendment.
Senator Draheim on the A92
Thank
amendment.
you, Madam President. And
there will be a roll call.
Yep, thank you. We're just getting warmed up, members. I think this is probably the best amendment so far. It increases funding for centers for independent living by $4 million. This kind of matches Senate File 1335, a Senator Pappas bill that I happen to be a co-author on. And this funding helps people with disabilities to live independently, which eventually will save the state funds, or would save the state funds, because many of these people don't have another option other than to be incarcerated or institutionalized. The amendment is paid for by canceling transfer to Ken Startup revolving loan and the Ken Navigate program. So I take $3 million from the Ken Startup loan program and $1 million from the Navigate program. And why? It's not because I'm against cannabis per se. It's because I think this is a higher priority. And we all hold election certificates to make those tough decisions. And I know many of you in this room are huge fans of cannabis, and including Senator Port, who worked very hard on her bill. But I think if we went out to the public and asked what's a higher priority, I think it would almost be unanimous that disability services should trump cannabis. So I think this is a pretty easy vote. I urge your support. Please vote green.
Senator Champion.
Madam President, thank you so much, Senator Draheim. We've had members a robust discussion in our committee, not because this particular entity is not worthy of it. They're certainly worthy of anything that we can give them, as is other initiatives that are in our bill. One thing I don't want us to forget is that we gave this organization the largest and the first one-time support or an appropriation or increase that they've had in years. And that was in 2023, and we will continue to do everything we can for this demographic because we do believe it's important. But as we looked at the bill, we honestly looked at it along with every other important initiative, and we made adjustments, and I will continue to evaluate the bill and try to do the very best that we can as we go into conference committee because we understand the value of it. I just don't see us making this change today without having or giving us an opportunity to continue to review, evaluate, and explore what should happen. Again, I'm not questioning the importance of this organization, but we also know that this bill is full of others who are also equally as deserving. And so with that being said, whether we're talking about the vocational rehabilitation services, whether we're talking about any of those other important organizations across the state. So members, please vote no. I will continue to evaluate the budget and work with others, and I'll continue to work with Senator Draheim as we go forward because he is the lead for our committee. Thank you so very much.
Further discussion on the A92 amendment. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Champion. You know, I'll just reiterate what I said before. We're here to make those tough choices and set priorities. And I know Senator Wickland and Senator Hoffman would love more money in their committees. But the Human Service Division has had serious budget cuts, including for the disability services. Multiple programs have been cut. You know, the Center for Independent Living is a program with an excellent record to help those with disabilities live independently. It's a smart idea, Madam President. Let's show the people of Minnesota we can make those tough decisions and prioritize a segment of the population that there isn't a lot of options for. Let's give them some dignity. Let's support this. Let's increase the funding a little bit and vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A92 amendment. Senator Westland for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Further discussion of Senate File 3182. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer the E97 and E97 with a roll call, please.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File number 1832 as follows. Page 8, delete lines 5 to 11. This is the A97 amendment.
There will be a roll call. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize for my cold. Members, this is another issue that I'm kind of a broken record on, and I think it should be a higher priority than some of the other things we fund, and that's clean drinking water. So if you've sat in committee with me, you've heard me talk about how we need to prioritize wastewater and clean water. And this amendment, the E97, goes after clean drinking water. And I think, Madam President, it's something you have worked on in the past, lead service line replacement. And we all know how important it is. And there's a lot of communities that are just catching on that there is a program to help do that, especially in the rural areas where we have a lot of older homes. And a lot of them had those lead-based pipes. So this just added some funding for that, prioritizes what we're spending money on, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Draheim, for this amendment. Members, a roll call has already been requested. I'm asking you to vote no. There's been a lot of discussion about the bill and priorities. We want to make sure that we prioritize all of Minnesotans and really take a balanced approach, and I believe that we've taken a balanced approach in this bill. I know that I sound like a broken record, but I'll repeat it again. I'll continue to work with Senator Draheim and others if there's an opportunity to make some different modifications to the bill. But as it sits right now, members, I ask that you will vote no, and we will continue to work together.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator Draheim yield for a question?
Senator Draheim yields. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Draheim. Can you just confirm that I understand your amendment correctly, that you're pulling money from funding marijuana, and then you're going to reallocate that to fund the program that would help to reduce or eliminate the number of lead pipes for the drinking water in Minnesota.
Excuse me, I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
Senator Traheim.
Thank you, Madam President. You are absolutely correct, Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate that clarification. So, Madam President, members, and Minnesotans, the vote that we're about to take, I just want to make it very clear. There's priorities that have to be made and decisions that we are making. And there's a finite amount of dollars. We know that lead pipes hurt the health of all Minnesotans. They hurt children. We have a program in Minnesota that has been helping to identify and replace these lead pipes that are feeding residential homes, homes that were built pre-1979. And there's a significant number of such houses in Minnesota. And I think the program to identify and replace lead pipes is a worthy one. What is not worthy is to sacrifice the health of Minnesotans and the lead pipe program for the sake of allocating money to marijuana. So, Madam President, members and Minnesotans, a green vote on this amendment means prioritizing ridding Minnesota of lead pipes. A red vote means that marijuana is more important than the health benefits that would come from ridding lead pipes. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Nobody cares more about lead pipes in this chamber than me. Now, okay, maybe Senator McEwen, but I care deeply about making sure that our infrastructure is maintained. That's no secret. I will not be voting green on this, not because I don't care about lead pipe replacement, but because I think the other program is worthy, and I support my colleague, Senator Champion. What I will ask, anybody here who might have connections to the federal government, a direct line to the White House, or to others in our current federal administration, if you care so deeply about maintaining funding to replace maintaining federal funding to replace lead pipes, I ask you to call possibly Representative Emmer or others in our GOP delegation, because in fact, the Trump administration has cut, I will just say, hundreds of millions of dollars for lead pipe replacement. So while we can all agree that the funding is important, we've already had hundreds of millions of dollars allocated towards lead pipe replacement, and it is currently being withheld by the federal government. So if you know any Republicans that are in power in Washington right now, that's where I would encourage my colleagues to make those calls and encourage that funding be released. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Champion.
Madam President, and thank you so very much for allowing me to speak one more time. I'll try to be as brief as possible. After listening to my good friend, Senator Lucero, who I have a lot of respect for. In fact, Senator Lucero is so eloquent in saying, that we should not sacrifice, any of our resources for some of the things that are listed in the bill, like marijuana. Senator Lucero, let me, if I might, give you some additional information that I hope that you will find useful as you vote red on this amendment. Here's the first thing that you need to know. In 2023, we cared so much that we put forth $240 million for lead pipes. Should I repeat that? $240 million in lead pipes. And Senator Lucero, let me go one step further. We knew, and Senator McEwen, who worked very hard on this, will tell you this as well. We knew that we needed to have that $240 million because we needed to leverage money from the federal government, which we ended up getting and are expected to receive in the federal infrastructure bill, to the tune of $340 million. It's not to replace, it is to add on, because one of the things that we understood as we began to look at this issue that is critical to our health and the health of our children was there's the lead pipes that needed to be replaced. In fact, we were shooting for $10 million, I think it was, over 10 years, because they said we don't need it all now, over 10 years, but we knew that there are certain areas like in rural Minnesota who had not done any work nor were they clear as to where the lead pipes were. So we gave them money as well. And we gave them money to start the lead replacement efforts. So Senator Lucero and Senator Draheim, we join you in understanding how important it is. But this amendment does not do it. We've already done it. So members, vote red.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. And just a couple of thoughts. And I think Senator Lucero touched on part of it, but let me go back. We've been talking about this issue for several years. Well before the Trump administration came into office, we were talking about replacing these lead pipes, and we woefully underfunded that effort. So to say that we're worried about what the federal government's going to do, we should be looking at what we're going to do and where our priorities are. Madam President, when we talk about lead exposure, particularly in children, it can lead to developmental delays, learning disabilities, and behavioral issues. In adults, prolonged exposure can result in hypertension, kidney damage, and reproductive problems. Senator Champion, I think, laid out very well. We have a massive problem in this state. A massive problem. And I fully expect that we'll see federal funds released and come flowing back to the state once they sort through all of the politically motivated grants that were made by the previous administration and to stop and stem the flow of fraud, waste, and abuse at the federal level, just like we should be doing here at the state level. Sure, $6 million isn't going to completely solve the problem, but I mentioned this the other day, and I'll mention it again. I remember my dad always saying, every bucket of water starts with a drop. This is our drop. This will help families in rural Minnesota, because we're talking, members, lead pipes, from the research that I've seen, were used all the way up until the late 70s, early 80s. So many of the homes in Minneapolis, in Bloomington, even in Prior Lake, where I live, potentially have this problem. And in greater Minnesota, it's going to be a problem. What we're telling Minnesotans today is we value the cannabis industry more than we value their children's health. If you vote no on this amendment, you are prioritizing marijuana pipes over lead pipes. That's not the signal I want to send to my constituents, and I hope it's not the signal that you want to send to your constituents. Please vote yes on this amendment.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Champion. I just want to reiterate what one of our crack staffers so eloquently asked: which pipe is your priority?
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if I can top that, but great discussion, members. Once again, priorities, priorities, priorities. And, I appreciate Senator Champion bringing up how much we've funded and how much the feds have funded, but we're still about $400 million short of the projected goal. If I remember right, Senator Rest, and I think you were involved in this too back when we were debating the original program, it was about $1 billion that was needed. And that was 4 years ago or 3 years ago, whatever it was. So that number, I'm sure, has increased. So every little bit helps, and especially for my small towns. You know, I have 34 smaller communities in my district that don't have any funds to replace the roads, let alone dig up the lead pipes. So any help we can give them, they would appreciate. So please support the E97 amendment.
There being no further discussion, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Further discussion, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer the A81 and also request a roll call.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 57, after line 22, insert. This is the A81 amendment.
There will be a roll call. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President Rest. Thank you, members. If you pay attention to the Jobs and Economic Development Committee, this is a bill, Senate File 240, that we heard in committee. Senator Champion, thanks for the hearing on it. And it brings up the discussion that's kind of been in the news a little bit. It would put a limit on the compensation of an organization, a nonprofit organization, asking for grants. And that would be 125% of the governor's salary. And you ask, why? Why am I doing this? And, you know, I look at the tax filing of a lot of our nonprofits, Madam President, and, you know, we've been sitting in committee, and I look up at the 990, and they're asking for $500,000, and the CEO's executive pay is $500,000. And we just got done hearing 3 or 4 other nonprofits that look like they do really good work, and they're barely asking for any money, and that little bit of money will change the lives of a lot of people that they're trying to help. And I want to make sure, if we're going to fund these nonprofits to do the work that I think most of us would agree the state should probably be doing most of it, that we should make sure the funds are actually going to help the people that they're supposed to be helping, and not for the lifestyle of the executive or the executive team. Madam President, I remember years ago when I was on Health and Human Service, we had a nonprofit come in, and the top 16 executives made $32 million. Yeah, top 16 executives made $32 million. So that's my bill, or my amendment, the A81. Madam President, it would just put some guardrails on the executive pay. So during these tight fiscal times, we're asking a lot of people to tighten their belts up. I think we should be selective on who we're giving money to, making sure that those nonprofits that do good work, that the funds that we're giving them go to the cause that we're trying to help. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A81 amendment, Senator Champion.
Madam President and Senator Draheim, thank you for this A81 amendment. Thank you also for asking for a roll call. I'm going to ask the members to vote no on the A81. Members, here's the reason why I'm asking you to vote no. One is there is board of directors, and there are others who are in charge of and articulating what the salary or benefits should be for a CEO. Secondly, we don't cap the amount of money for profits. And I think that's being selective when we do that, because we do fund and provide some resources for nonprofits as well as for-profits. I believe it's important for us to be equitable and fair, and for there to be equal treatment, and for us not to demonize nonprofits. That seems to be something that is going on the floor or around, you know, in the media and other places, talking about nonprofits and equating nonprofits always to fraud or corruption. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right, because we have some integrity-filled and wonderful nonprofits, and that they all should not be put in one category. And let's also be clear. The other reason why I'm saying vote no is because our resources do not fund the salaries of CEOs. Just it doesn't do it. We do not provide any money at all for salaries of CEOs. So I do not want us to be, what's the word that I'm looking for, challenged by this notion of thinking that our resources and taxpayer dollars go towards CEO salary. Our money goes towards helping Minnesotans across the state of Minnesota. And so it's for that reason and for those reasons that I've articulated, I ask you to vote no on the A81 Draheim amendment.
Further discussion, Senator Draheim. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Duckworth first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And with all due respect, if the state of Minnesota is going to grant or give money to a nonprofit, and that nonprofit compensates a CEO, especially to the tune of over $700,000 in one instance, then I think it's pretty clear that taxpayer dollars are being used to fund CEO salaries. Madam President, I would ask if Senator Champion would yield for a question. Sorry, Madam President, I didn't know you were speaking. I asked if Senator Champion would yield for a question.
Senator Champion yields. Excuse me, Senator Duckworth, I was distracted. Senator Champion, do you yield for a question? He does. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Champion. Senator Champion, could you refresh the body's memory and remind us about how much, in terms of funding or taxpayer dollars, was allocated to nonprofits over the last biennium?
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Duckworth. I was trying to make sure that I reconfirm this number again. Unfortunately, what happens on the floor is that sometimes we have the same questions that are asked over and over again, and I know that's also because members go in and out, so they don't always hear it. But just so that I'll repeat it again. For 2026 and 2027, it's my understanding the amount of money that goes to nonprofits is in the area of $56.6 million. And that is both workforce and general fund. Senator Duckworth.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your giving me the current number. My question was in regard to the last biennium, and I'll answer it for the body myself. Over the last 2 years, we allocated over $1 billion in funding, $1 billion in funding to nonprofits. And here's the deal. I've got nothing personally against nonprofits. Many of them do great work. And let me be very clear. Holding organizations accountable to taxpayer dollars is not demonizing them. Let's make that very clear. And I think, especially in light of over $500 million in waste, fraud, and abuse that has occurred in the state of Minnesota over the last few years, not to mention a $750 million government building being built right through the window that I can see, I think Minnesotans expect a little bit of accountability when it comes to taxpayer dollars. When you've got a Minnesotan out there, or you've got a family whose collective income might be $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 annually, and they see the state of Minnesota cut a check to a nonprofit to the tune of several $100,000, and then a tax form comes out that shows a few people, not just one CEO, but a few executive officers or folks at that same nonprofit make well over six figures. Something doesn't add up. It's not right. It's certainly not fair. You know what one of the biggest difference between nonprofits and for-profit companies are? For-company profits, if they're profitable in the state of Minnesota, pay taxes, quite a bit of taxes. That's one big difference. And so I think Senator Draheim's amendment is very reasonable. It's extremely relevant in light of some of the information we've learned recently in terms of outrageous compensation at some of these organizations that have received over $1 billion funds collectively of taxpayer dollars. This amendment just asks for a little bit of accountability. It asks for a little bit of restraint. And quite frankly, it asks that we apply the Minnesota value of sensibility to just how much money these folks are getting and then paying themselves. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak. Madam President, there's some things that I just heard that I want to make sure that we correct, because sometimes on this floor, in the heat of the moment, we sometimes say things to be provocative and because they sound good. Not always accurate. Just so that I'm clear, Senator Duckworth just mentioned, Madam President, that $1 billion, I repeat, $1 billion was given to nonprofits. Members, that's just untrue. In fact, in our bill, in the last biennium, there was money provided for corporations who were competing in order to make sure they can get federal dollars, whether that's for chips or semiconductors or other things, because we were forward thinking. So Senator Duckworth was not necessarily correct. Here's the other thing that I like to say. We believe in accountability. We also believe in making sure that we can resource our communities across the state. And with that being said, Madam President, will Senator Duckworth yield for a question?
Senator Duckworth yields.
Senator Duckworth, because you're so eloquent, can you tell me, Senator Duckworth, how does the A81 impact nonprofit hospitals and health plans?
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, President Champion. I appreciate the question. It not being my amendment, quite frankly, I would have to defer to the person who authored it. But I wholeheartedly agree with the intention behind the amendment, which is to make sure that anybody or any organization that is receiving taxpayer dollars are held accountable, and that those taxpayer dollars do not get outside the realm of what is reasonable in terms of what we're expecting the people of Minnesota to fund. And as it relates to $1 billion, it may not have been directly in the jobs bill over the last couple of years, but if you look across the slew of legislation that was passed over the last 2 years, there's no question that over $1 billion of it went to nonprofits in the forms of projects and other funds. And I'm happy to visit with you more about that if you're unsure of where those funds went to and how I'm accounting for it. Thank you.
Madam President.
I remind the members that when you are answering a question, you are to address the President. Senator Champion.
Madam President, if Senator Duckworth will yield for another question.
Senator Duckworth yields. Senator Champion.
Madam President, my question to Senator Duckworth is, how does this amendment affect the Destination Medical Center in Rochester, better known also as the Mayo Clinic?
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, the amendment would put some restrictions or accountability mechanisms and measures in place regarding compensation so that it's kept within the realm of reason as it relates to taxpayers and the funds that they're providing to organizations and nonprofits in general. If that institution or organization would fall under that definition, well, then this amendment would apply to them. Again, I believe the spirit or the intent of the amendment is to hold taxpayer dollars accountable and make sure that if organizations are receiving funds from taxpayers from the state of Minnesota, the compensation is kept within the realm of reason. Thank you.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this is the very reason why we should vote no on the A81 amendment, is because even in members' articulation as to their rationale as to why something should be done, it fails to, and he fails to, or members have failed to consider the size, the entity, the number of employees, a number of things that would be necessary whenever you are making a determination. With that being said, members, I would ask you again, or I'll put forward again that you vote no on the A81 Draheim amendment.
Senator Truskowski.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Senator Champion, the DMC in Rochester, I understand that probably receives these grants, is a governmental structure. As a matter of fact, at one point, I do remember that discussion in the legislature over a decade ago, or about a decade ago. But the reality is we should be funding government directly so we have accountability rather than nonprofit organizations. And I've got one in front of me here. I read an email earlier today, and I'm wondering if Senator Champion would yield on it. I'll ask in just a moment, Madam President, but I'm going to read the letter or the email. This is from an organization. It's a nonprofit organization that has numerous times received funding from this
Senator Truskowski, reading is permitted, but only in very short sentences.
Thank you, Madam President, for the reminder. It will be a paragraph, Madam President. This nonprofit organization has received funding multiple times from this legislature. Madam President, I don't know how much money, millions of dollars of money, of the taxpayers' money of Minnesota, has gone to this organization. Recently, during this legislative session, a business who in the past had a relationship with this organization, it was said by this organization, the name of the organization is called CLUES. It's an acronym, C-L-U-E-S. And CLUES said in committee, Madam President, that this business was involved with them, and the genesis of the email is from the owner of the business that is saying this CLUES organization misrepresented us in committee. We are not part of we are not involved with them. As a matter of fact, they say that their relationship was portrayed inaccurately. These claims are made without knowledge or consent and contain false information. And then I'll read the paragraph, Madam President. They go on to say, following our conversation, I also reached out to Senator Bobby Joe Champion's office and shared the same concerns. His team responded by saying, quote, we can't make them pay back the money, end quote, in reference to misrepresentation in the bill. Now, I went and looked at the bill, and I read in the bill, Madam President, we're giving CLUES another $1.4 million, $700,000 each biennium in the bill. And then I went and took a look at their 990s, Madam President, and Senator Champion, and maybe I don't have a reason for Senator Champion to yield. I guess maybe the discussion's going in a different direction, Madam President, but they have 6 executives at CLUES. The president is paid $275,000 a year. I can get there in just a moment if you'll bear with me. The president is an individual named Anna Ruba-Lee. She's paid $275,635 a year, according to the 2002 990 from the organization. Benjamin Feigl, as a director of behavioral health, is paid $135,637 a year. Brenna Odrigo is paid $114,000 a year. Lillian Garcia, $120,000 a year. Brittany Kellerman, $109,000 a year. And another individual, $112,000 a year, for a total of $876,048 a year to 6 executives, includes, Madam President. And we are going to give them, in taxpayer money, $1.4 million. They, in total compensation in their 990, that was just the executives, Madam Chair, salaries and total compensation in 2022 was $9.2 million. These are the nature, members, of the nonprofit organizations, of some of them anyway, that are being funded by this legislature. And as I mentioned, in some of the cases, the board members are kicking back campaign contributions to the authors of the bills. If the people of Minnesota are listening, this is what your legislature is doing with your money. They are doing it with another $56.6 million in this bill after they know the problem exists. And it is for that reason that Senator Draheim's amendment and others like it are necessary as we try to bring back a sense of sensibility to the activities of this legislature to remove the fraud, waste, and corruption that we're seeing in the area of nonprofit organizations. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to just say a couple things, and then I will sit down. Members, what's interesting sometime on the floor is that we have people who converge issues all together because it sounds better. The amendment is about compensation. I get it. It's not about if someone made a misrepresentation or if there was something taken out of context in a committee, and to read what they are saying is a response from my office. That appears to be mean-spirited because the issue is about compensation. And that's the challenge sometimes when we read things on the floor and we don't get a full context. But some people can editorialize whatever they want on this floor. Minnesotans deserve better. Members, I remind you that there's no money that goes from this legislative body that goes to executive salaries. None at all. And so with that being said, I ask you to vote no, which is a red vote on the A81 Draheim Amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, members, for the good discussion. And I just kind of want to address a couple issues, if I could, Madam President. The first, I would love for the tax chair, you might know her, I hear she's wonderful, to look at redefining what a nonprofit is and maybe add another level to the tax code for our nonprofits, because I do think there's a whole bunch of amazing nonprofits that do good work in our state, and I'm not trying to pick on them, but I think the discussion has led, and the news has led to people in my district asking the question, why are we funding some of these nonprofits when they can afford to pay their executives that high of a dollar amount? And I think part of the disconnect is, in my district, not all of my counties have a high median income. You know, it's pretty low. I would guess, Madam President, there's probably a $40,000 difference between your district and my district and the average median income. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about our tax dollars and what are we going to prioritize facing this $6 billion deficit. The bill, or the amendment, is crafted under 116L, which has to do with just workforce development. So we could talk about what ifs with a whole bunch of different entities for the nonprofits, but we're just focusing on workforce development. We are here to talk about DEED today. That falls in their purview. You know, I didn't count the nonprofits, Madam President, in this bill, but I would guess it's close to 100. And I don't know of a single for-profit company in the bill. And I could be wrong. There could be one in there that I don't remember. And I think Senator Champion has done a good job on putting together his bill. But once again, we are here to make those tough decisions and to stretch our tax dollars. And I think this A81 amendment does that, Madam President. And with that, before I lose my voice, I'm just going to urge everybody to vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A81 amendment. Senator Westland for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Say the name again, please.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. And I only have two left, so for this portion of the bill. I would like to offer the A57 amendment and also request a roll call.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 94, after line 11, insert. This is the A57 amendment.
There will be a roll call. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. And this is a short amendment. The A57 just has us prioritize what we're funding. As we look at cuts across all state agencies, we need to focus on priorities. And in this amendment, I am requesting that the Commissioner shall give priority to programs or organizations that focus job training in high wage and high demand careers when awarded competitive grants to the organizations for the purpose of providing job training. That's it, Madam President. So if we're going to cut back on spending, we should focus and prioritize those jobs, especially in the medical field, I think would qualify for the high demand jobs and then the high wage. What can we do to get people on a career path to provide for their family? That should be the goal. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Draheim. As usual, Senator Draheim is always being thoughtful. We did hear this amendment in the committee. There was a number of questions about this amendment and how it really fits in, but here's what the committee decided. We decided not to make it a part of our bill, not because the spirit of it is not there, but what we did do is that we took a balanced approach across the state and across industries, because we know some people are interested in being carpenters and electricians, while some people are interested in in oncology and dental work, but we try to be very thoughtful, even ProStart, where they're interested in being culinary individuals. But we wanted to make sure that we could tap into the various interests of Minnesotans and provide a pathway for careers. We believe that this particular amendment is not needed. We have this approach, and we would ask, and I would ask that you vote no. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Draheim.
Further discussion of the A57 amendment. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to wrap up, Madam President, real quick. Priorities, priorities, priorities. Long term, what good does it do to train someone in a dead industry? Or how to flip burgers? Or in another career where the employers would do the training? We want everybody to be successful. All jobs are honorable. But we should help them get on that career path, and I think the best way to do that is to get them on that track for either a high-demand job or a high-wage job. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A57 amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Zhang does in fact vote no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Frentz votes no. Frentz.
Senator Frentz votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now proceeding to a discussion of the provisions. I'm sorry.
I got one more I could sneak in,
I'm sorry.
Madam President, if I could.
You know, I had, Senator Draheim, I apologize. I had your name on a string, and I got lost there. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that that list has been revised a couple times. I would like to offer the A59 and also request a roll call.
Secretary will report the A59 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 85, after line 10, insert. This is the A59 amendment.
There'll be a roll call. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Champion will recognize this also. This is another one of my broken records, and that is to ensure that when we do spend our state resources on different programs, we get the biggest bang for the buck, if you will, Madam President. And all this amendment does, the A59, is try to get the department, the commissioner, to come up with options to push for more pay-for-performance type grants, meaning that after they're done doing whatever they're set out to do, that we reimburse them. And there's some great examples here in Minnesota of these pay-for-performance grants already that work very well and then really help people, give people the support that they need to be successful. And this would just push the agency to do more of that. That's the A59, Madam President.
Senator Champion.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Draheim. Senator Draheim has talked a lot about pay for performance and the importance of pay for performance. And Senator Draheim and I have had robust discussions around avoiding a one-size-fits-all model and to think that every organization should operate as a pay-for-performance model is just unfortunate, and it's something that I don't necessarily agree with, because I believe that different organizations, like different people, need different things. And we should do everything that we can in order to make sure that we're being responsive to all Minnesotans and all organizations, and not just one replicatable model that they believe to be important. The model that I love is actually in my district. Madam President, is Twin Cities Rise. And Twin Cities Rise has done a wonderful job, but they also recognize not everyone should be required to fit into that model. So, Madam President, that's why I would hope that everyone would vote no on the A59. And here's the last thing that I'll say. I know that Senator Marty has also engaged and requested a task force that can look at direct appropriations, competitive grants, and just other things in order to make sure that we're being fully responsive. And Senator Marty, being finance chair, is very thoughtful in that area. So with that being said, I would ask this body to vote no on the A59. Thank you so much, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Draheim.
Further discussion of the A59 amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, Madam President, we've been talking a lot about reporting and accountability, and Senator Champion on many occasions has said, well, grantees have to do the work and show they do the work before they get the money. And as I mentioned earlier, that's not always the case. We should expect more of our grantees to come looking for reimbursement rather than continuing to fund what they call capacity enhancement. All that means is that we're buying them extra employees, maybe leasing them extra space. They don't have the capacity to do the job they want to do. And a good portion of our money isn't going to help the people that we're trying to get into career jobs, sustainable living wage jobs. It's going to support the underlying organization. However, if we have more pay per performance, we won't have to worry about that capacity enhancement. We know when we invest in that organization, we expect them to have the capacity to provide the services that they've agreed to do. And second, Madam President, going back to my old amendment, we would be less concerned about the reporting and having to recoup those funds from organizations that don't live up to their agreements, because we know they're coming in showing their successes. Madam President, I think this is a great amendment, and I want to thank Senator Draheim for bringing it. It's one we've been talking about for many years, and one that I think we should finally move on. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. And I can assure you that my comments regarding this amendment aren't meant to be provocative, and I will be factual. I think Senator Draheim's amendment really can be summarized as this. He's just looking to ensure that state government has a way to gauge a return on taxpayer investment. Really, it's an accountability mechanism. And what I find interesting is when discussing this amendment, one of the reasons that folks were told they should vote against it is because one size fits all doesn't work. That's also known as a mandate. Well, I recognize when someone says something that I agree with. I think you've heard from many of us over the course of the last couple of years that we agree one size does not fit all. Across the board mandates on small businesses or school districts or cities or counties is typically not a good way to govern. So I'm glad that some folks are beginning to see some reasonableness to that argument. And Madam President, when we look at this amendment, and we hear from our small business owners when they constantly tell us that the one-size-fits-all mandated approach that they've experienced over the last couple of years doesn't work, I can only imagine their frustration. Because the same people across Minnesota that are running and operating these small businesses in a challenging environment are being mandated and told what to do by the same folks that took a $19 billion surplus and increased taxes $10 billion and turned the state's budget forecast into a $6 billion deficit. You can imagine how frustrated our small business owners are when they're being told and mandated to do certain things by this legislature when it has a tough time managing its own budget on behalf of the people of Minnesota and actually put them into a $6 billion deficit. So, Madam President, I'll finish by saying this. We agree. Let's find ways to avoid mandates on small businesses and others in this state. Let's allow them to operate in the way they see fit, that's best for them and for their employees, whether they be a nonprofit or a for-profit small business or even a school district, a county, or a city. That would be a much better way to govern. Thank you.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, members, for the discussion. Just want to reiterate, this is asking DEED to submit a report containing ideas and options from converting named grants into pay-for-performance grants. So it isn't a one-size-fits-all. It's about ideas. It's about how do we do better. The people of Minnesota expect us to do better. They expect us to make those difficult decisions. They expect us to prioritize. But we need our agencies to work with us, Madam President. That's all this is. It's a report on some ideas on how we can do better. Please support the A59.
Secretary will take the roll on the A59 amendment. Senator Westland for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Say again.
I'm sorry, Madam President. Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator France votes no.
Senator France votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. The Secretary having closed the roll, there being 33 ayes and 33 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Senate File 1832 also contains the Senate Labor Committee budget bill to support the agencies that workers in Minnesota rely on to uphold our basic labor rights and protections. I will just give a brief summary, Madam President, and then stand for questions. Article 2 of the bill contains base funding appropriations and operating adjustments for the Department of Labor and Industry, Workers' Compensation Court of Appeals, Bureau of Mediation Services, and the Public Employment Relations Board. It also contains funding for Senator Kupek's Senate File 1756, the Helmets to Hard Hats program, which facilitates veterans transitioning to careers in the building and construction trades, as well as funding for Senator Putnam's Senate File 1543, the Career Pathways program to provide pre-apprenticeship training in high schools across the state, as well as funding for the Building Strong Communities Apprenticeship Readiness program toward increasing diversity in the building and construction trades, which is my bill. Additionally, it includes Senator Seeberger's proposal from Senate File 2744 to fund critical initiatives to promote mental health in the construction industry. This bill meets our agency's needs to continue the important work that they do for workers and Minnesotans across the state. Article 8, Section 1, allows the Department of Labor and Industry to apply for a temporary restraining order in district court. Currently, the department only has this authority for violations of the Child Labor Standards Act. This change will allow the department to take swift action to restrain and enjoin violations of our basic labor standards to stop the harm immediately from continuing, harm that could cause permanent harm to an employee and shouldn't have to wait for drawn-out court cases to just stop that harm while the court case continues. Sections 2 through 46 of Article 8 reflect the Department of Labor and Industry's construction codes and licensing fee alignment proposal. Most of these fees have not been updated in nearly 2 decades. This proposal will allow the Construction Codes and Licensing Division at the department to catch up to the inflationary increases to the cost of the services they provide, from permitting and plan review to inspections across Minnesota. The department worked hard to reach broad support for this proposal. In committee, we have seen letters of support for this fee alignment proposal from Housing First Minnesota, the Electrical Association, the Building Trades Council, the Minnesota Mechanical Contractors Association, and the Minnesota Pipe Trades, the National Electrical Contractors Association and IBEW, the Minnesota Board of Electricity, and the International Union of Elevator Constructors. Article 9, Sections 1 through 5, is the department's proposal to strengthen Minnesota's work and meal break laws to clarify employees' rights and employers' obligations under the existing law and to enact remedies for workers whose rights to work breaks are violated. Some may be surprised to know, and we heard testimony to this effect in committee, that Minnesota is one of few states that actually does not have a clear standard in statute addressing the amount of break time that must be provided to employees during the workday. So this proposal would guarantee that workers in Minnesota have at least 15 minutes of rest break time for every 4 consecutive hours worked and at least a 30-minute meal break for every 6 consecutive hours worked. This would align Minnesota with these types of minimum standards provided in most other states and make sure that it is codified in our laws. Section 6 of Article 9 reflects some language from Senator Umo Verbaten's Senate File 2360, through which the department may conduct a misclassification fraud impact analysis. It will allow the commissioners of revenue, employment and economic development, and labor and industry to coordinate and report on their analysis of the costs of misclassification of workers in our state and the impact that misclassification has on workers, on our government programs, and on our tax collections. Article 10 contains the language from Senator Kupek's bill, Senate File 908, to update our broadband safety certification standards, reflecting a broad agreement that he and Senator Dornick and the stakeholders around broadband installation reached between industry and labor stakeholders as well. I'm very pleased to be able to include that bill and the good work that they have done in this bill. I just want to say a quick thank you, Madam Chair, first to our minority lead in the Labor Committee, Senator Dornick, to our Vice Chair, Senator Hauschild, and to our committee members, Senators Grunhagen, Kupek, Liskey, Marty, Umer Verbaeten, Pappas, and Wiesenberg. Also, I would like to thank our committee administrator, Fabian Bean, our committee legislative assistant, Chelsea Barks, and our nonpartisan counsel, Carlin Doyle-Fontaine, and fiscal analyst, Megan Bursch. The revisor as well, Cherie Spear, and our partisan researchers, Daniel Gillis for the DFL and Victor Florel for the GOP. Additionally, I want to send a thank you to our pages, William Battle, Perrin King, and Betsy Rosemark, as well as the interns for my office, Cameron Taylor and Natalie Meinhardt. This bill is, I'm very proud of where it is, and with that, members, Madam President, I ask for your support and I stand for any questions.
Discussion of Senate File 1832. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam President. And I do enjoy the Labor and Industry Committee. And the labor is so important, the work that we do for our careers. And to support both labor and industry is our role and our goal in the labor and industry. And many times I've said it over and over how important we are as the government to be the and, to partnership, to work together with labor and industry. And it's been a little frustrating. I know that many small businesses are frustrated that they don't feel like that they've been heard over the past couple years with some of the policies. And so with that, well, first, actually, I'm going to back up just a little bit and thank Senator McEwen for the work she did. And the committee meetings we had are always productive, and they're always cordial and good conversation and good debate. And so, Senator McEwen, thank you for the bill and the many good things that are in there that are as appropriation for them. So I do appreciate that. And back to labor and industry and the importance of working together and how important it is to have not that tension. And the government many times can either help or hurt that. And my goal is always to help. Now, I enjoyed 22 years as a union carpenter and loved my work, loved the guys I worked with, but also I loved the employer that employed me and appreciated what they did for me. And also then being laid off in 2009, being a small business owner for the last 16 years and being able to see both sides of the issues. And that perspective has been done well for me as I hear and see some of the issues and bring up some of the concerns I have. And we'll get to that later. But just again, I like to give credit and to all the small businesses out there in Minnesota. There's close to 525,000 small businesses in Minnesota, Madam President. And 1.3 of those, they employ 1.3 of our Minnesota workers. And the size of those businesses are very small. 86% have 20 employees or less. And so a lot of these policies that has been mentioned, the one size fits all, were implemented over the last 2 years, and it's been very difficult for these businesses to implement these and to try to be profitable. And so some of the businesses that I've talked to, actually, we don't want to hurt workers. We want our safety, of course, and we want them to have jobs. And some of the businesses that I've talked to actually are not expanding, or they're laying off workers, and that's not what we want. So some of the amendments hopefully will help address that. And as also I think about my experiences, but how hard it is to start a business, and it's kind of the American dream to work for yourself and to have your own business. And many people that do start small businesses put their life savings, a lot of sacrifice, a lot of just hard work to get that business going, and almost half will fail in the first 3 years. So we want to continue to support both labor and industry. And some of the things that we did are good policies. I think the earned sick and safe time is a good policy. I think paid family leave is a good policy. But we have to implement them. I think sometimes we need to give some time for those, and also not having those one-size-fits-all. So the first amendment I'm going to offer is the A40 amendment, Madam President.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 131, after line 9, insert. This is the A40 amendment.
On the amendment, Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam President. So this has been heard many times. It actually has a little history. Last year, it was the Senate position, and was in the Omnibus bill, and was removed in conference committee. There was two parts to this. There was the 28-day exemption, and then there was a small carve-out for 5 employees or fewer for the farmer, family farm, and family farm corporation. So then this year, Senate File 310 was heard in labor and passed out of labor, and then went to agriculture and passed out of agriculture, and is here at the floor. It's been here at the floor for, well, I don't know, 8 weeks anyways, and it's still waiting to be heard, and it is just a single bill. But back to the one-size-fits-all, I'm going to go back just a little bit and talk about how important it is when we have this policy to have all the stakeholders at the table. And there's a great example of that here in St. Paul. There's many, but this one I was looking at, and in 2018, they wanted to implement a minimum wage to $15 an hour, and I really appreciate how they did that. So just quickly, they broke it down to 4 business sizes: macro businesses, large businesses, small businesses, and micro businesses. And not only did they break them down to that, but then they implemented the policy, to get the $15 minimum wage up to $15, is they gave them time. So for the big businesses, it was 2.5 years. For the large business, it was 3 years. For the smaller businesses, which was 6 to 100 employees or less, 6 to 100 employees, and then the micro was 5 or less, and they gave them 7 years. So again, implementing this carefully, and they had all the stakeholders involved, and it took time to get this policy. So with that, this is just a small carve out, but I know there's others that were being worked on throughout the session, and I appreciate the across the aisle working on Senate File 2300, I know, and some others. So I ask for your support, a green vote, to help with some of these smaller businesses, just like the implementation of the minimum wage law. It took time and it broke businesses into the size of the many employees as they had. So with that, Madam Chair, again, I ask for a green vote.
There will be a roll call. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, on its merits, very strongly oppose this amendment. But Madam President, under Senate Rule 35, this amendment, I'd like to raise a point of order first, I should say, Madam Chair, or Madam President.
Point of order has been raised under Rule 35.
Advice, Madam President.
I'm not finished.
Briefly, Senator
Thank
McEwen.
you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I'd like to finish stating my point of order. The amendment that has been brought before us by Senator Dornick is not germane because it relates to a substantially different subject. And I ask that you find my point of order be well taken. This reference to Section 181 is 181 does not appear in the bill. There's no mention of earned sick and safe time in the bill. Thank you.
Advice, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. And when I look at the germaneness rule, it simply states that a non-germane amendment includes one that relates to a substantially different subject. And Senator McEwen just tried to argue that having a labor policy change amendment is not the same subject. And Madam President, I would say if you go and look at Mason's, it says to be germane, the amendment is required only to relate to the same subject, and that's in section 402. It must only relate to the same subject. And Madam President, I would point out to the title of the bill that's before us on page 1, line 7, in the title, it says that this is an act for making labor policy changes. And that is what Senator Dornick's amendment does. It makes labor policy changes. This is very germane to the topic in front of us. If Senator McEwen wanted to not have labor policy changes in her bill and just have an appropriations title, that could have been done. But we have the labor omnibus bill in front of us. It has policy changes, and our rules and Masons are very clear that to be germane, the amendment is required only to relate to the same subject. Senator Dornick's amendment is a labor policy change that's in the title of the bill. Madam President, if you found this point of order well taken, half of the amendments that are offered in this body would not be germane. If individuals want to vote against this and argue against it, they can vote no. If they think it's a good idea, they can vote yes. But I think members of this body deserve the opportunity to present good faith, germane amendments and have a vote and discussion on it. So I would ask you to find the point of order not well taken. Thank you, Madam President.
Point of order is well taken.
Madam President, I would appeal the ruling of the President and request a roll call.
Senator Rasmussen has appealed the ruling of the President. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate, according to Senate Rule 14.4. Oh, and I see now, there has been a roll call requested. On the motion, a green vote upholds the decision of the President, a red vote overrules the decision of the President. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Westland for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes yes.
Senator Bolden votes yes.
Senator Marty votes yes.
Senator Marty votes yes.
Senator Murphy votes yes.
Senator Murphy votes yes.
Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Zhang votes yes.
Senator Zhang votes yes.
Senator Fateh votes yes.
Senator Fateh votes yes.
And Senator Dibble votes yes.
Senator Dibble votes yes. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. So, Tom?
Madam President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the decision of the President is sustained. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President and members. You know, we spent a lot of time in jobs, and I spent a short time on labor this year, and it was a great experience to get back into talking about labor policy. One of the things, though, and as many of you know, in my district is the Shakopee Women's Correctional Facility. It's the only correctional facility we have in the state for women. I know a number of us, Senator Gustafson, Senator Jasinski, Senator Housley, and others have correctional facilities. Senator, if I forgot your name, I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend you, but one of the issues that came up early in session and in part of Senate File 947 was the idea that there's not clarity around how some of the benefits and mandates that we've implemented in this body apply to inmates. Does an inmate qualified for paid family medical leave? Does an inmate qualify for earned sick and safe time? And I think those of us with prisons in their district would like to have clarity on this issue. So, Madam President, I offer the A41 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Pratt moves to amend Senate File 1832 as follows. Page 131, after line 9, insert section 6. This is Amendment A41.
So, Madam President, and I request a roll call. This simply
Senator Pratt, I'm asking people to pause a moment so that I can affirm your request. There will be a roll call on the A41 amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I was just so excited. Madam President, this simply clarifies that inmates will not qualify for earned sick and safe time as long as they're incarcerated in one of our correctional facilities.
Discussion on the A41 amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, on the substance of this amendment, I believe that the state has already interpreted that our earned sick and safe time laws unfortunately are not applied in correctional facilities. So I think this is sort of a pile-on, but I would like to raise a point of order, Madam President, under Senate Rule 35. This amendment is not germane because it relates to a substantially different subject or purpose. Again, the Chapter 181 is not mentioned at all in the bill. Not only is the number of the chapter not contained in the bill, but no mention of earned sick and safe time, which is a substantially different and unique part of labor law, not mentioned in the bill. Thank you.
Advice, Madam President?
I'm going to call on Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as I look through the bill, I see a number of references to wages and benefits in the bill. And this is, in fact, one that is considered a benefit in many cases. But I think it's important for us to realize that while the state may have interpreted that as not piling on, it's clarifying and reinforcing the fact that the state, in fact, made the right decision. That if you're incarcerated, you don't get earned sick and safe time. You don't get paid for not going to work. And it just, as we talk about the jobs and labor bill, and when we talk about the fact that this touches on a chapter that is at the heart of our labor agreements. In fact, I was just in that chapter of law. You know what we're talking about. If you look at chapter 181, it is employment. What have we been talking about all day today? We've been talking about employment. We've been talking about how to get somebody employed. We've been talking about how to treat them when they're employed. We've got an appropriation for paid family medical leave on the spreadsheet that allows DEED to pull money out of a special revenue account even though we haven't directly appropriated it in the bill. I don't know how we can not be germane. Excuse me. I don't know how we cannot be germane when the entire bill talks about employment. When we talk about having various items accounted for in the spreadsheet, in the finance bill that is in front of us today, and not consider this as a germane amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize for attempting to interrupt Senator Pratt because we were talking about germaneness, and it appeared that he was talking about the substance of the bill, but then he pivoted back to germaneness. I wanted to address the germaneness and suggest that Madam President rule the point of order is well taken. This is a finance bill, and the purpose of this bill is to finance certain provisions in the Labor Division and Labor Department, and the purpose is not various policy initiatives. The amendment is clearly a policy initiative, therefore it would not be germane. And in addition, there's nothing in the bill related to Chapter 181, and that also makes it not germane.
Point of order. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. Advice. To the points that have been raised, I'm looking at the title of the bill, and I just double-checked to make sure I have the right bill. And if you look on page 1, line 7 of the title, it says that this is an act making labor policy changes. This is not just simply an appropriations title. This bill makes labor policy changes. And Madam President, I've been going through the rules and going through Masons. There is no requirement that a certain chapter of law be cited in the title. If that is the rule for germaneness, we ought to put that in our rules, because it simply here says that it must relate. It must relate to the same subject. And we have a bill before us that is making labor policy changes, and the amendment is attempting to make a labor policy change. That is germane. And if folks want to argue against the amendment, they can stand up, make their points, and vote red. If they think it's a good idea, they can stand up, make their points, and vote green. But I think, Madam President, it would be an insult to members of this body to just ignore our rules on simple germaneness. And so I'd ask that you find the point of order not well taken.
The point of order is well taken. Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Madam President. I would offer the A99 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Seeberger moves to amend Senate File 1832 as follows. Page 133 after line 15, insert Article 11. This is Amendment A99.
Senator Seeberger.
Thank you, Madam President. My A99 amendment makes, I think, some important improvements to the Earn Sick and Save Time law that we passed in 2023 and amended in 2024. This amendment is the result of numerous conversations with the bill author, Senator Pappas, with Commissioner Blissenbach from the Department of Labor and Industry, from stakeholders, including employers, employees, and folks who are affected by the current Earn Sick and Save Time law. I have spent hours working on this amendment, which I think represents needed improvements to the law as it exists already, compromise on points where the parties did not necessarily agree, and clarifying spaces in the law where there were questions. I understand, and in deference to Chair McEwen and her gracious indulgence of me on this topic, I understand the desire to keep the policy off of the finance labor bill, and I will honor that, and I will be withdrawing this amendment. But I do so based on the promise that my bill, Senate File 2300, will be heard and passed through rules tomorrow, will be heard on the floor. My indication was that it will be heard next week. And we will have a meaningful opportunity at that time to talk about these important improvements to the law, the agreement that I have come to with Senator Pappas, with the Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Industry. And on those representations and the promises by leadership and Chair Murphy that 2300 will pass out of rules tomorrow and be heard on the floor next week, I withdraw the A99.
The A99 amendment is withdrawn. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to use I'd like to move the A31 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend Senate File 1832 as follows. Page 130 after line 3, insert Sec 47. This is Amendment A31.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Madam President. What this amendment does is the Department of Labor and Industry engaged in some rulemaking processes over the last year and a half. And one of the outcomes was a change in building standards as it relates to storm shelters for our school systems. Today, the rulemaking implies that the process would require a separate structure built to the highest standards, which we're not arguing the standards. But today, what we're working with, we've had conversations with Dolly as well, and what we're trying to do is, through this amendment, is get them back to the drawing board and allow that those requirements can be met within an existing structure, whether it be built into the hallways of a school that meet the same high standards, I think 250 mile an hour wind resistance and other requirements, but contained in the school. And to give you one example, in my district, we have a brand new school being planned and going up. To meet the standard as it's listed today, it'd be an additional $3 million. And they believe they can meet that same requirement in the hallways to build those criteria into an existing structure and the existing footprint. We originally were seeking an exemption for a single school, but this same requirement is going to drive or impact all school districts around the state as they contemplate new buildings. So, Madam Chair, I would request a green vote, and hopefully everybody can agree that we want the high standards, but we also want to make sure that we use our taxpayer dollars wisely. Thank you.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Coran, for bringing this idea forward. I will say that this is the first that I have seen of this. I'm not been made aware of the content of this bill or what had led to it and what the pros and cons might be. I'm a little worried about excluding schools from requirements to construct storm shelters. I think that that's a sort of, if there is a good reason for that, I certainly would want it to be green-lighted by the professionals who work on our codes and making sure that our schools are safe. We just yesterday were worried a little bit about the weather, and I don't know how this would affect school safety when it comes to dangerous weather. So I'm happy to keep looking at this. I would love to engage in conversation and learn about the ins and outs of this and work collaboratively as things go forward. But until I can learn a little bit more, Madam Chair and members, I am respectfully going to request a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Westland.
Madam President, I request a roll call.
There'll be a roll call. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator McEwen. Yeah, it's written as the amendment. It seeks an exemption. Our goal is not an exemption, but we want to make sure that we meet the high standards that are there. But we do in a manner that can accommodate those schools that want to build separate, independent storm shelters as those that believe they can accommodate it within. So if you would agree, Senator McEwen, we can continue to work on it. I think the Department of Labor and Industry is engaged. Hopefully in the next day and a half we could have some information on it. I will withdraw the amendment and then look for your commitment that we can have a conversation meeting the highest safety standards as it relates to storm shelters, but doing it in a manner that provides some flexibility. No exemptions from anything, no exemptions to the building codes, but just allowable additional options to allow them to accommodate that need. So, Madam President, I withdraw the amendment.
The A31 amendment has been withdrawn. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to offer the 108 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend Senate File 1832 as follows. Page 133 after line 15, insert Article 11. This is Amendment A108.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. I would request a roll call.
Will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment before the body is the contents of Senate File 2300, which is a bipartisan policy change that would make our earned sick and safe time law here in Minnesota more workable. And I'm really grateful for the bipartisan support on this bill. We have a number of Senate Democrats who are co-authors, including myself and Senator Dornick. This bill includes a small business exemption for employers with fewer than 15 employees. It helps with a prorating fix so that if employers wish to front load the earned sick and safe time for their employees, that they would be able to do so more easily. It has some administrative changes that will allow a smoother implementation. And then I would say, Madam Chair, one of the more important fixes is that this would allow employers who have a paid time off policy that's more generous than what the mandate for earned sick and safe time is. It would allow them to use that PTO benefit to satisfy earned sick and safe time if they open that up. And one of the reasons that I think that's a very important change, Madam President and members, is because I've heard from employees who have actually lost out on paid time off because of this new mandate coming into place, and also other benefits that they might have accrued with their employer. You'll see, Madam President, on your desk a letter from the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, which represents over 6,300 businesses, saying that this amendment, that this language would help employers and employees make this policy more workable and help Minnesota businesses be more competitive. So I'd ask for member support of this bipartisan proposal.
Madam President.
Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Madam President. Point of order.
State your point of order.
Pursuant to Senate Rule 35, the amendment relates to a substantially different subject and purpose than that of the bill before us.
Point of order is well taken.
Madam President, I appeal the ruling of the President and request a roll call.
The ruling of the President has been challenged. There will be a roll call. The Secretary, for the Secretary, the question before the body is, shall the decision of the President be the judgment of the Senate? A green vote upholds the decision of the President, a red vote to overrule the decision of the President. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Westland reporting those who are voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator Dibble votes aye.
Senator Dibble votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you,
For
Madam
those
President.
voting under Rule 40.7.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Abler votes no.
And Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. The secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 nays, the judgment of the president is sustained. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer the A105 and request a roll call.
The secretary will report the amendment. And there will be a roll call.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File 1832 as follows, page 47, line 11. This is Amendment A105.
There will be a roll call. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I heard this bill for the first time in Finance Committee a couple days ago. It feels like a couple days ago. And there are some changes to meal breaks and rest breaks in the bill. And I think the language clarifies what is available for a rest break and a lunch break. I have no problem with that portion of the bill, Madam President. The problem that I had has to do with line 130.17 through 130.19, and then again on 131.7 through 131.9. And that is the fine implemented on it, Madam President. And in discussion in committee, I was assured that this wouldn't be used very much. So if it's not going to be used very much, to me, we should just eliminate it. The way it looks to me that they're projecting just a 40-time incident of where they would have to fine an employer. And in the discussion in committee, it was, why should we reward the state and not the employee? And if you read the language, the employee does get liquid damages equal to whatever was mispaid or wrongfully paid to the employee. And that would be for both the meal break and the rest break. So what I am simply doing and asking my colleagues to do is support me, and let's delete the $1,000 fine per employee per day. And that's it, Madam President. Please support the A105.
Discussion of Amendment A105. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Draheim, for this amendment. Members, I strongly oppose this amendment. I respectfully request that you vote no. What the bill does is it does provide that employees who've had their rights violated to their break time could be made whole, so they would get compensated for the harm that they actually suffered if their rights were violated. So that's good. And what the amendment would preserve that. That's good. But what this amendment proposes is to take away a very meager possibility of a $1,000 fine that is permissive on the part of the commissioner and the enforcement of the Department of Labor and Industry. Without that possibility of a $1,000 fine, $1,000 for violating your employee's rights to break time, the possibility of it. By taking away that possibility, the only remedy for a violation would just be to do what you should have done in the first place and make your employee whole. That's just a cost of doing business then. It would almost encourage people to violate people's rights. I think that what we see from the Department of Labor and Industry in Minnesota, and we've heard this multiple times from testimony in the Labor Committee, is that the department actively works with our businesses in Minnesota to try to help them comply with the law. If there is an allegation that they're violating somebody's break times, the first priority of the department is to correct that behavior, to make sure that the employer knows what the law is, how to abide with it, see if they need any help, et cetera, et cetera. So what this bill provides is that the commissioner may assess a penalty of up to $1,000 per employee per day during which meal breaks are not provided as required by this section, or break laws, those break laws are violated. So members, this is a very modest possibility of a penalty, and I think it's the very least we can do. I actually would like, frankly, to see the penalty, the possible penalty, be higher, but without this $1,000, there's just no leverage if it's necessary. Thank you.
Further discussion on the A105 amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Draheim, for bringing this. We have a meager possibility of assessing a fine. It's a minuscule amount. It's hardly ever going to be used. Then why include it? Ever since we split the Labor and the Jobs Committee, we have seen nothing but using labor penalties as a way to raise revenue for the Department of Labor to spend and increase their budget. If you were to take this 15-minute break per employee per day, you're talking at about a $4,000 an hour fine. Does that seem reasonable? 15-minute break, you're assessed $1,000, that's $4,000 per hour. We are here, and we agree with the amendment to say, or the provision in the bill that says, you know what, let's make the employee whole. But we also have a wage theft bill that says if you have a pattern of stealing somebody's wages and not paying them, and I would suggest that if you are shorting someone their work break, and if you're not paying them for that time, that's wage theft, then you can be penalized a whole lot more, including a potential felony. What the department and the author are trying to do here is double dip. They are trying to use penalties as a way to increase budgets, as a back-end tax. And it's wrong, Madam President. We are acting as if every employer is a bad actor. They're not. They're not. We wrote the wage theft law to reflect that we understand that most employers are good and they're trying to treat their employees well, and there are a few bad actors. We want to make the bad actors suffer the consequences of the new law, but we want the good employers to almost not even notice it. But I just can't take that it will hardly be used. We don't know. We don't know. It's permissive. They may decide that they're going to charge this penalty on every offense, on every claim, and we could far exceed the penalties that we see in this spreadsheet. It's an estimate. It's a guess. But if it's meager, if it's rare, if it's hardly ever going to be used, why are we defending it so hard? We should say we're going to rely on the other existing laws we already have. We've already made it more expensive to hire and create jobs in the state of Minnesota. With all of the mandates and all of the programs, we have eliminated competitive advantages from good employers so that even bad employers offer the same benefits. And now we're treating every employer as if they're a criminal. Madam President, if we really want to grow the economy in this state, if we really want to grow the economy like the governor said in his State of the Union or State of the State address, then we must strike this down. And we should not be putting in hardly ever used fines and penalties solely at the commissioner's discretion. When we set a penalty, we should want it to be enforced. And I don't trust, just as we've heard the governor say he wants regulatory humility, I do not believe the Department of Labor and Industry will be able to have penalty. I lost my train of thought. Will not be able to constrain themselves on enforcing these penalties. So thank you, Senator Draheim, for bringing this amendment. Please vote yes.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Yeah, I rise in support of this amendment also. If Senator McEwen would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen yields. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Yeah, how many employees does this apply to? I mean, if you had 5 employees, would this 15-minute break apply to that? Or is it just certain employers?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. Well, I guess it would depend on how many employees an employer or who had their rights violated by an employer. But I think that the language in the bill is pretty clear to that.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that response. Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, members, I mean, I give this example in the Labor Committee a number of times, and I appreciate Senator McEwen's ability to allow a good discussion in the Labor Committee, so I do appreciate that. But so much of the Labor Committee, we're micromanaging small business, any type of business, and the employer-employee relationship that should be negotiated between the employer-employee. I mean, if you don't like your job, guess what? You apply for a different job. I've switched jobs numerous times in my lifetime. I mean, for different reasons. So, but we want to get in there and micromanage everything. I gave this illustration in the Labor Committee, and I think it's something for all of us to think about when we pass laws here. You know, we need government just like we need a referee in a football game. The problem is, what if the referee went into the huddle and called the plays? What do you think would happen? All right, would you go to that game? Probably not. That's what we're doing here. We're getting the government into the huddle and calling the plays. And then we're going to penalize and throw a flag and penalize an employer if they don't go along with what the referee says inside the huddle. We need to have a government and a referee to create equal competition and a level playing field. We don't need the government in the huddle calling the plays. And that's what we're doing here, because you're going to cause more damage than good. Please vote green on this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, members, for the discussion on my A105 amendment. I was wondering if the author would yield for a question.
Which author?
McEwen.
Senator McEwen, do you yield for a question? She does. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator, I was wondering, when I did a search for the section of law that this sits under, I only found your labor bill and then, of course, the jobs bill that it was wrapped into in finance. Wondering, did this have a public hearing for people to testify on its own?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did have a hearing on this bill, yes.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you. Well, Senator McEwen, yield for another question.
She continues to yield. Senator Draheim.
Was there a standalone bill dealing just with the rest breaks and meal breaks?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you. This was actually part of the governor's proposed budget, but in committee, I recall specifically hearing testimony that was offered to the committee and having discussion on this exact topic within our committee. And I will also add that then the bill went to judiciary, where I specifically remember, as lead author of that bill, having discussion. Actually, I believe there was an amendment brought and discussion about the appropriateness of fines, how appropriate was the potential fine, was it enough, was it not too much? So it has been discussed specifically in 2 different committees.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. And just to be clear, we are not, or I am not in my A105 touching the remedies to the employee. They would get reimbursed from whatever pay that they were missed out on, plus an equal amount for liquid damages. For damages. And then the agency could fine up to $1,000. That is the part that I'm asking to be removed from the bill, is $1,000. And members, when I said 40 times, that was a biennium. So over a 2-year period, 20 times a year, they think they'll fine somebody. It's hardly worth the paperwork. I looked for a fiscal note, and I couldn't find one, Madam President, because every time I draft a bill, every time I make changes, there's FTEs applied to whatever changes I make. And I would guess that the Department of Labor and Industry is probably getting an increase in funding. And part of it's used to offset this new program. And the $20,000 a year would hardly be any FTE equivalent to fund it, as you know, Madam Chair. So please support the A105. It's a common sense measure. In a couple years after this is up and running, we can always add it back. Or, as this moves through, Madam President, I hope the chief author would maybe delay implementation of this section. That would be a common sense compromise for this part of the bill. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll.
Madam President.
Senator Westrom.
Madam President, listening to the last exchange and a couple before it, I wonder if the author would yield for a couple questions.
Are you asking Senator McEwen to yield?
Yes, Madam Chair. Not
Senator,
the author of the amendment, the author of the bill.
Senator McEwen. She yields. Senator Westrom.
Madam President, Senator McEwen, is this provision going to apply to the government also?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the question. So as I'm understanding the question, it is, would this apply to the employer if the employer is a government entity? So a city, a county, one of the agencies in state government, and I believe that the answer is yes. Yeah, I believe the answer is yes. I mean, this is meant to protect employees in the state of Minnesota.
Senator Westrom.
So, Madam President, Senator McEwen, it doesn't sound like you're real sure on that. Let me ask you a follow-up question, if she'd yield, Madam President.
She continues to yield. Senator Westrom.
Madam President, Senator McEwen, specifically, will this apply to the legislative branch of Minnesota government?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that question, Senator Westrom. I'm really enjoying today, I must say, because between the lead pipes and the concern with overly paid executives, I feel like you all have been looking through all of my bills, and I really appreciate this. I believe that the definition of employee is in Minnesota statutes 177.23. I can go look that up. I sure as heck hope that it would apply also to any employees at the legislature. Senator Westrom, you have my pledge that if for some bizarre legal reason it did not, that I will draft a bill to try to correct that immediately, and I would love you to co-author it with me. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator McEwen, continue to yield.
She continues to yield. Senator Westrom.
And Madam President, Senator McEwen, how much money do you have in your bill to deal with any fines or penalties the state government and legislative branch may experience because of this new fine?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is an interesting question. I guess we're going to have to see about the enforcement from the Department of Labor and Industry, see the kind of complaints that they get, and see how this all shakes out. If at some point it became necessary to make an allocation toward, we were finding out that the state as an employer or cities or municipalities as employers were having to pay fines, then we would look at dealing with that.
Senator Westrom.
Well, Madam President, I'm not ready to raise a point of order, but with the response, I hope somebody else in this body is ready to raise a point of order that this bill is out of balance, because it doesn't sound like the author has allocated any money for this portion for a body and a legislative branch that we already know violates this law that she is trying to pass. She is trying to pass this on all our small businesses across the state. She doesn't know for sure if it applies to us as legislators and the legislative branch or state government. And yet we are going to impose this with $1,000 a day penalty on our small businesses across the state. Members, let's wake up. This amendment should pass 67-0. We certainly don't need to be putting a $1,000 fine on every small business out there when we don't even know if it applies to us in the legislative branch. Furthermore, the legislative branch, everybody knows, couldn't follow this policy ever. We have not taken a break for 15 minutes yet today, and we've been now 4 hours on the floor. That is what this policy means. We are violating $1,000 a day. There's 67 of us, plus all of our staff. Senator McEwen, you don't have a budget big enough to pay for these fines. Department of Labor, I hope you're watching. You just have to walk right up here to the Capitol and you can get your first thousands and thousands of dollars in fines. That is what Senator McEwen is trying to pass. That is why this amendment makes sense. Get rid of this $1,000 fine. This is a policy that is not ready for prime time. It hasn't had the public scrutiny or hearings it needs. We raised this in Judiciary Committee. The author of this provision didn't apparently want to listen, and they still don't know, as you just heard from the author, whether it applies to the legislative branch, the state government. They hope it does, but we can't even practice what we preach here. This would be unworkable for the legislative process, for our staff who doesn't even get a break every 15 minutes for every 4 hours sometimes. But that is part of the business, part of the process. But they can go when they have to. We can typically go, but when we're on the floor, we are employees, Senator McEwen. And if we aren't going to pause our debate for 15 minutes so people can take a break, use the restrooms, get some nourishment. This body didn't even allow people to have water on it up till 2 years ago. So we have got a lot of improvements to do with this provision before we start jamming it down the throats of our small businesses. Members, I hope you can wake up, vote yes on this, get rid of this $1,000 fine that is not ready for prime time.
Further discussion on the A105 amendment. Senator Draheim.
Sorry, Madam President, I was looking for a motion. But back to the A105 amendment, we've had some good discussion, and I think the debate proves that this section of the bill is not ready for prime time. And I think removing the penalty and revisiting the subject next year would be appropriate. I saw no separate bill, no separate hearing for this. So it was shoved in an omnibus bill that was combined with another omnibus bill. Just not the way we should be doing business. There's no transparency. It's been a very frustrating year on the transparency front. The bill here has things in the spreadsheet that aren't reflected in the language of the bill. The average Minnesotan would not know that that is in here. But I'm getting off subject a little bit, Madam President. I don't know what else to say. I hope Senator McEwen would consider removing this portion of the bill as it moves along, or delaying an enactment of just this penalty phase until we can iron out some of these questions that weren't answered. Please support the A105.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A105 amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Dornick.
Madam President.
I've just called on Senator Dornick.
Madam President, I have a priority motion.
I'm sorry, you have what?
I have a higher priority motion, but go ahead, call on him. I'll stand and rise.
Senator Westrom, if you have a motion that overcomes Senator Dornick speaking, please state your motion.
Madam President, let Senator Dornick offer or speak, and I'll speak after him.
Senator Westrom, you are not in a position to do that. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to offer the A100.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend Senate File 1832 as follows. Page 130 after line 19, insert. This is Amendment A100.
Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam President. This simply gives the employer is not liable or subject to the remedies and penalties provided in paragraph A and B if the employee voluntarily waives the meal break required by this section. And you ask, well, when would this happen? Well, it's giving flexibility, not micromanaging, letting the employee and the employer make some adjustments to their schedules if they have to leave early, or there's many different reasons why this would be used. But just, again, the state doesn't need to micromanage everything businesses do and employees. And again, that partnership that's there, just letting them have the freedom to be flexible. And I ask for a roll call and a green vote. Thanks.
There will be a roll call. Discussion of the A100 amendment. Senator Westrom. I'm sorry, Senator McEwen first in response, and then I'll call on Senator Westrom.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This is the first that I'm seeing this language, Senator Dornick. Thank you for bringing this idea now. I wish we'd seen it sooner so that we could flush it out a little bit. I'm a little bit worried about shifting the burden of proof in a situation that could be contentious, and how that might play out if there was actually a case where this was really being flushed out. And so I definitely would like to check in with the Commissioner of the Department of Labor and Industry and her staff to find out how they feel about this language. I think there is sort of a sense, I mean, there's sort of a common sense aspect to some of this, and I think I understand what you're trying to get at here. But I'm happy to work with you going forward to see if there's an appropriate way we could address that. But at this point, I need some more consultation with the department and with experts in this area to know how the language would be applied. So at this time, I would ask members respectfully to vote no. And to Senator Dornick, I regardless of how this vote goes, I'm happy to work with you on this.
Further discussion, Senator Westrom.
Madam President, I would rise in support of this amendment. But Madam President, more importantly, I would also move to have a recess for 15 minutes following the passage of this motion. I would ask for a roll call. Madam President, members, we are at 4 hours. We've been in debate today, and we wouldn't want to violate this policy if we're going to set the example. So I hope you can all support this motion to recess for 15 minutes, Madam Chair.
It's a non-debatable motion, and it will take a moment to set up the board. The Secretary will take the roll on the motion to recess. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Litsky votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. She's not voting. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail. Senator Hoffman. Oh, I'm sorry, we're still on the Dornick bill. Yeah, I'm sorry. Excuse me, we're still on the A100 Dornick amendment. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank you for the consideration, Senator McEwen. It's a very common sense amendment. I'm still going to ask for the vote. I'm hoping that we'll get it on, and then it can be discussed in conference committee because it's already there. So I ask for a green vote.
I'm sorry, Senator Dornick, I was distracted. Would you say again, please?
Madam Chair, I just give my final comment, and I'm asking, I ask for a roll call and just a green vote.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Secretary will take the roll. You can't come up when I'm taking the roll. Senator Westland, on behalf of those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Litsky votes aye.
Senator Karan votes aye.
Senator Karan votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the A125 amendment.
Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Hoffman moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 131 after line 9, insert. This is the A125 amendment.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, long time ago, there was this football team from Minnesota, and they hired, it was called one of the worst trades in the history of football. And the person's name was Herschel, last name I can't remember. But that name, think about that last name, Herschel. Well, this happens to deal with a certain organization in Minnesota that has the same last name, has Herschel's first name, or vice versa, Madam President. And I really want you to be aware of this. For 23 years, folks that worked at this art center, do you remember Herschel? Think of his last name. Were able to sit while they work. And this is our folks that are your ticket takers. These are people that would have been prolonged standing for a long period of time, because what you have there, if you're unnecessarily standing for extended periods of time when your tasks can be performed by seating, some things that happen, and it's health and safety. And when you found out that after 23 years, Madam President, the Institute decided that the employees could no longer sit when they could for the previous 23 years. And what this does is it just prioritizes. It says the employer shall provide seating to the employee to prevent fatigue and other unnecessary health risks associated with that prolonged standing, Madam President. What this is for me and for many other people, that this is an accommodation that's reasonable, right? We talk about a reasonable accommodation. And even, you ready for this one, Madam President? This will bite your chain on this one. Wisconsin, the state to the right of us, has had it on the books since 1975, and they have the right to sit. So when the good senator from Anoka had talked about this, it really talked about job performance, efficiency, equity, and inclusion regarding the ergonomic advancements that are there, that people should have the right to sit when some doctor, let's say a doctor who is a chiropractor from the southern states or the southern part of Minnesota would say that you can't stand for a prolonged period of time, it's not good for you. And so with that, Madam President, I give you the A125, and to that I yield to the good Senator McEwen.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you very much, Senator Hoffman, for bringing this amendment. And this is an issue that really does concern me a lot. I was in a meeting recently with some working people at the Walker, who had worked at the Walker, who had been denied their ability and their right to be able to just sit and rest at appropriate times for them to do so. It was insisted upon that they stand constantly. And this had caused a lot of hardship for various employees who literally had a hard physical time doing that. And were directed to continue regardless. So I am working with those employees. I also have talked with our friend Senator Abler, who approached me and is also wanting to work on this. And thank you, Senator Hoffman, for bringing this again. Our discussions are going to be ongoing about the best way to address this issue. I am interested in having a policy enacted that would also provide some enforcement mechanism from the Department of Labor and Industry, because at this point, this is a nice suggestion, it is a nice piece of policy, but there's really no way, unfortunately, for the Department of Labor and Industry to enforce it, to make sure that it actually happens. And, Madam Chair, unfortunately, I'm afraid that this amendment is not germane as well. So I would contest the germaneness of this amendment as well. But in general, I look forward to continuing the work with Senator Abler, Senator Hoffman, and others to address this issue promptly. So thank you for bringing the amendment. I would argue that under Senate Rule 35, it is not germane. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, good Senator from Duluth. In summary, the right to sit is a reasonable, health-conscious, and inclusive policy that respects workers' dignity and supports better outcomes for both employees and employers. Although I don't want to be like that famed football player who lost his football shoe in the middle of the 50-yard line, and it was the worst trade in history. Herschel, his last name, okay, Walker. I would say this, Madam President, with that, you will see this bill come back in some form or another, and I appreciate the good senator from Duluth willing to work on this with us to make sure that people are reasonably accounted for and that folks get what they deserve. So thank you. I will withdraw the A125, Madam President. Sorry, Eric.
The A125 amendment has been withdrawn. And Senator McEwen, I did not understand that you were raising a point of order, and I apologize. The A25 has been withdrawn. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, or Madam President, I'm sorry. You know, one of the things that I've learned since I've been here and observed is we just, in so many areas of government, we just keep piling on. It seems like the more laws we pass, and some of them are necessary, the more notches we put in our belts, and that's the way we count it. We rarely have stuff drop off the bottom, which is what should be done. And with that, Madam President, I'd like to introduce the A36.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 100 after line 3, insert. This is the A36 amendment.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Madam President, and I'd like a roll call.
There will be a roll call.
Yeah, and what this amendment does, back in 2023, we just continued to pass more and more requirements on commercial and residential construction. And without, you know, and I was on some of the committees where it passed, and there's no return on investment analysis, there's no comparative data with neighboring states, which were continuing to drive our cost of construction higher and higher and higher than the 10 states around us, from Michigan, Illinois, Iowa, Wisconsin, et cetera, by over $100,000. So it seems like many of these laws are passed on feelings rather than facts. We have to get back to analyzing what we're passing. Return on investment, comparative data. You know, you look at some of the manuals that we're passing in and I know child care in these areas, the books just continue to grow and grow and grow. You know, when we want to look at the problem of prosperity, I think most of us need to look in the mirror and we'll see the problem. More and more laws and more statutes to the point where you do begin to wonder if anybody really knows what's in there anymore. So members, this is a step to pull some of this back in this amendment and make it more reasonable and stop driving up the cost without factual analysis. And it eliminates the 80% on commercial and the 70% insulation on the residential. So Madam Chair, or Madam President, please, when we introduce bills and even amendments, let's start thinking that we need comparative factual data on the cost and its effectiveness and how it compares with neighboring states. We're just driving ourselves into a housing crisis, a child care crisis, an energy crisis, and I could go on, but I think you get the idea. So please vote green on this amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen. As I understand it, this amendment, the 836, would repeal our energy efficiency standards in the state building code, as well as the EV charging stalls in multifamily housing and commercial buildings. I oppose it. Obviously, these are laws that we passed that went through the legislative process, were heard in committee, were vetted, and debated at length and are now part of our laws. And so when we're hearing this argument that we need to not act on feelings, an amendment to just repeal laws that went through all of our processes and had the public also involved in that process, an amendment that would just repeal them seems to me much more all about the feelings than good legislative process. So I know that Senator Gruenhagen is not a fan of sustainability standards, but I don't think that this is the appropriate way to try to vet out more information and have those discussions. So members, I would ask respectfully for people to vote no on the A36. Thank you.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, if you look at the amendment, it's actually striking some information here that it says, beginning in 2024, the commissioner shall set on a new commercial energy code. And it says in 2026, they'll set and start working on a new model residential energy code. Members, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but currently, we are working on the Minnesota 2015 Energy Code. All of our other codes are 2020. The reason we don't have a 2020 Minnesota Energy Code, residential energy code, is because it wasn't proven that it was worth the money. It didn't provide enough return on investment, if you want to put it like that, but the value wasn't there to enact another code. I really have a problem when we start legislating when we adopt codes, because right now I believe we have a 6-year span. The last code we adopted was in 2020 based on the 2018 ICC, International Code Council codes. Family of codes. The only one that didn't get adopted was the residential energy code. Now, right now, as we speak, the technical advisory groups to the Department of Labor and Industry on these codes are meeting right now to look to adopt the 2024 codes. I don't believe we need this legislation. We already know we have to adopt codes every 6 years, and no sooner than 6 years. What bothers me is some of this in the 2024, if we were going to do this, it actually conflicts with what we originally had put into legislation, that we were going to adopt codes every 6 years. So I do believe that we should leave code adoption to the code officials and the industry folks that know what they're doing, and legislators should probably step out of the way. And Senator McEwen, I appreciate the fact that you mentioned the codes when you were talking about Senator Curran's emergency shelter for the school. I appreciate that, and you mentioned that we should look at that. I agree, we should look at that, and that's why I support repealing these two sections and going back and letting the code adoption process deal with it the way it should be. So, Madam President, I believe we should have a green vote on the A36. Thank you, Madam President.
Further discussion? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering if Senator Howell would yield for a question.
Senator Howell yields. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Howell. I am wondering if you can just confirm a conversation that you and I had in the retiring room there, that the current energy code that Senator Gruenhagen is seeking to remove from current law, that is above and beyond the standards that are set at the national level.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for the question. Currently, right now, we have the International Code for residential 2015 and for commercial 2020. And that is what we are tasked as building officials to enforce. Anything else, and the biggest problem I see when you put this stuff in legislation, it takes a matter of time for building officials that are out there in the field that are required to enforce these codes. It takes us, many of us a lot of us just go to school in January and February to get our credits. And that's when we learn about the updates to the codes and the new statutes. I believe that when you start to pick different dates and enforcement and enactment, you get hodgepodge enforcement out there. It really messes up the code adoption cycle. It messes up code officials because they're not quite sure what they're supposed to be enforcing. And because I'll guarantee you, the code officials that are out there are very far too busy to be watching us here on TV at the Capitol dealing with this. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Howe. And Senator McEwen, Senator Gruenhagen, and all members, neither of you are on the Housing Committee. And one of the reoccurring conversations that we're having on the Housing Committee is the ever-increasing price of housing in new construction. And there's not a single contributing factor. There are multiple contributing factors. But this is one of the contributing factors, is when we set standards that are above and beyond the norms of other states, such as the energy requirements, it pushes up the cost. It contributes to the pushing up the cost. And all throughout this session and previous sessions, I have a headline here. I collect these headlines from around the country, multiple publications, that I had one just last night. This is from Fortune magazine, and it's talking about the average price is just skyrocketing. Many of you, Madam President, you may have seen the headline in the Star Tribune. I think it was over the weekend. It talks about housing from $250K to $500K, existing housing. And the point I want to make is when we continue to put these requirements that are driving the costs up, it's having a negative impact on all of those who are seeking to be homeowners, and especially the younger. I think the average age now, get this, first-time home buyers. I think the average age now, if I remember correctly, it's in the neighborhood of 38 years old. And the reason it's becoming further and further out of reach is because of laws like this. And so, Madam President, there's one more idea that I want you and members to recognize, is that laws like this that Senator Gruenhagen is seeking to repeal is having a disparate impact on those growing suburbs. This is not impacting all communities equally. So think of Minneapolis, St. Paul, first, maybe second-ring suburbs that are fully built out or nearly built out. This is not going to have a huge application to them because there's existing, whether it be commercial or residential. But in those further out suburbs, whether they be the Lakevilles, the Apple Valleys, the Woodburys, up in my area, the Rogers, Senator Hoffman, Dayton is growing significantly, the Maple Groves, but I'm just going to pick my area then, the Northwest, so Dayton, Rogers, St. Michael, Otsego, that area, it's agriculture turning into businesses and it's turning into residential. And because these are new construction, these new codes are applying to the new construction and it's pushing the costs up. So think of the communities like Dayton. Champlin has a pretty robust business district, but Dayton is building out. Rogers is building, it already has a significant, a robust business district. But for those business districts that are seeking to build their commercial buildings for the first time, they have to apply these new energy standards. And so because the commercial buildings in these areas have significantly higher requirements than the business districts in other communities, I drive through 610, I'm driving through Brooklyn Park, I'm driving through, right adjacent to the Osseo area, and I come through the Columbia Heights area. These are all built out. And the businesses then that are going to lease these commercial spaces or own these commercial spaces are going to have to pass along their higher costs in the goods and services that they are providing in the community. And that's a higher price, which raises the cost of living. And so then we have these continuing contributing factors that are raising the cost of living for everybody in those areas. And so, Madam President, members, please understand that the reason I'm in favor of the Gruenhagen amendment is because there are those communities that are significantly negatively impacted by such standards because we are the growing communities and we want to hold down the costs for the young families that are trying to get their start in life, and we don't want to do more to contribute to the harm. Thank you, Madam President. I am absolutely in favor of the Gruenhagen amendment.
Further discussion, Senator Gruenhagen? Final comments?
Oh, thank you, Madam President. And thank you, members. And members, I hope you can vote green on this because stay in our lane. We have a 6-year cycle of looking at these codes. Legislators don't need to come along with feelings without return on investment and what potential cost will be, and they just pass this thinking, well, it's a good idea. And I know it's well intended, but it's based on feelings. We've got to start having facts and stay in our lane. We shouldn't usurp the 6-year cycle where we have a committee or group of experts that look at this. So members, let's repeal this. Let's help reduce the cost a little bit on commercial and residential, and please vote green. Thank you, Madam President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A36 amendment. Senator Westland for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Litsky votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Madam President.
Senator Jasinski.
I apologize. Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes, Senator Gustafson, you may vote.
Madam President, no.
Senator Gustafson, you may vote.
So, Madam President, my button won't work, but my vote is no.
Senator Gustafson, would you say again how you want your vote recorded?
Thank you, Madam President. No.
Thank you. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator McEwen, I hope you'll take this as a friendly amendment, but as a building official that's actually tasked with enforcing some of this stuff, especially on this manufactured home piece, I am concerned about the new compliance form. It is troubling right now enough for those building officials in greater Minnesota to actually, in fact, all of Minnesota, to learn all this stuff. If you're not a state building official, we don't look at the stuff that comes out of the legislature that often. And so it is very, very difficult for us. In fact, we struggle enforcing the stuff on the manufactured homes now with the current compliance form, which we have here, which is about a 2-page back-to-back, a 4-page compliance form. But, you know, and I appreciate that the state wants to take an active role in this, but keep in mind, there's a lot of portions of this state that they will be, I hope, enforcing this on, but there's only 132 out of 850, more than 850 cities that enforce the building code. 59 out of 1,790 townships enforce the building code. Only 16 out of 87 counties enforce the building code. So I brought it up during the cannabis bill, and I'm bringing it up here again, that the majority of Minnesota does not have building officials or fire officials to enforce these codes. So in this instance, I believe that the state is going to take it upon themselves to enforce it in majority of those places that currently don't have code officials, which I appreciate. But for those of us that are trying to enforce this, I would like to see this give us some time to learn about what this new sections and the new pieces of this enforcement are. And so I would ask that most of us take our training in January and February of the year, because that's kind of the slow time for our construction season. So, Madam President, with that said, I would like to offer the A127 amendment.
The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend Senate File Number 1832 as follows. Page 121, after line 11, insert. This is the A127 amendment.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. So what this basically does is takes the notice of compliance, which is the current form right now, which I hold in my hand, and we would leave that in place until 1 January of 2027, and then the new compliance information and form would take effect. So it doesn't affect any fees. They can still collect the new fees, but what we're doing is just delaying the new enforcement information so those of us that are out there enforcing this code can actually catch up with the requirements and do it properly instead of trying to do this by the seat of our pants. We'd much rather get the training, get everybody on board on the new compliance information and the new compliance form, and then go out and enforce it. And I believe, that way we'd have a code cycle. They could actually enforce and actually update and help this be successful with a new adoption of the code. That would take effect about that same time. So that's what I'm looking for. It's pretty common sense. It's just delaying the new compliance form. We'd leave everything else in place. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Howe, for bringing this amendment forward. This is also the first that I'm hearing this, and I will raise this with the department and see about it. And I promise I will definitely consider this and take a look at it, and look forward to talking with you more about it as well. I would like to not adopt it officially into the bill at this point, because I'd like to seek the counsel of the department and the officials who are working on this, but I pledge to take a look at it, but I would respectfully request a no vote on it for now. Thank you.
Senator Westland first.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a roll call.
There will be a roll call. Senator Howe.
Well, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator McEwen, for that. But I do believe that, if this would have been left for the code adoption cycle, I think that's where it truly should have been done, and it could have been done in that code adoption cycle. We struggle out there enforcing this stuff because it happens that when it comes through the legislature, it really throws everything into a wrench, and especially when this thing looks like it's supposed to be effective upon enactment. And that really throws a wrench into those folks out there like me that are trying to enforce this stuff in different jurisdictions. So, Senator McEwen, I appreciate the fact you're going to bring that up, but I still will ask for a green vote here today to actually put this in place and make sure that we're doing things the right way. And so those of us out there trying to do this good work actually know what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. The Secretary will take the roll on the A27 amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Dibble votes no.
Senator Dibble votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 30 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Members, there are no other amendments at the desk. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 1832 its third reading.
Senate File Number 1832, a bill for an act relating to state government, establishing a biennial budget for jobs, labor, and economic development.
I'll do it again. Third reading. Final discussion, final comments. Senator Draheim. And we will proceed with anyone who wants to speak until we come to a final comment from Senator McEwen. Senator Draheim.
Thank you. Mr. President, Madam President, I'd like to speak to the jobs portion a little bit that we finished earlier and wrap that up if I could.
Senator Draheim, Senator Champion is indeed in the chamber, and you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Appreciate that. First off, I'd like to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle and the nonpartisan staff. I thought we had a very good committee this year. We heard a ton of bills, had a lot of great discussion. And I'm really proud of the bill that came out of committee. Just disappointed what got amended on in finance. And I've had that discussion with Senator Champion that, you know, obviously I don't love everything in his bill, but no one would always love everything in my bill either. But one thing we are missing was that paid family medical leave discussion that we didn't have. And, you know, when I go back into district, it's my schools and my counties and my cities that talk to me more than the business community on paid family medical leave. And I don't feel that we gave them the opportunity to have that discussion that I think all members of the state of Minnesota should be entitled to. So I am a little disappointed in that. And of course, with the headlines every week talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, we had a lot of discussion about how we make our state agencies and our grant process more accountable to prevent that waste, fraud, and abuse. And I do think we made improvements in this bill. But I also think we could have set different priorities, and some of the amendments that we had talked about some of those priorities that I think we missed in this bill. So I'm hoping that Senator Champion will take note as this bill moves into conference committee that maybe some of those amendments we had could be worked on, maybe tweaked a little bit for some comfort to be put in there. And, you know, a lot of what I talked about in my amendments today had to do about priorities and making that tough decision on what's more important for the people of Minnesota. And one thing I know, if we want to keep our schools and our roads and our first responders funded, we have to have a good economy. And I think sometimes that's lost up here. You know, we all have different backgrounds. We all bring different things to the table. But one thing I know is that we need good jobs. And we need to have jobs. And I think we could do a better job of helping and being a partner with those employers, no matter who they are or where they are, to do a better job to help the economy to grow, their industry, help their employees, and help the economy of Minnesota. So with that, I just once again want to thank the staff and Senator Champion for his hard work this year. And unfortunately, I will not be able to support the underlying bill because of the labor portion that was added on, but I do appreciate all the work that went into it. Thank you.
Further discussion? I'm going to ask if there was anyone who wanted to comment on the first part of the bill. Anyone else? Otherwise, I would like to call on Senator Champion once again and then talk about the labor parts of the bill. Senator Pratt, do you wish to speak about the first part of the bill?
Thank you. Madam President, and I'd really hope to talk to the whole bill, but specifically about the jobs portion of the bill. You know, the Jobs Committee is actually one of my favorite committees to serve on. It's one of those where we talk about what it means to help all Minnesotans be a part of this economy. We're talking about how to make Minnesota a great place to invest. And when I talk to small business owners, I realize it's not just about investing money, but it's their blood, sweat, and tears that goes into their businesses, about removing the barriers to employment, about making sure our workforce is ready for the jobs of today, but also for the jobs of tomorrow. That's what we're talking about in the Jobs Committee. And I share Senator Draheim's disappointment that even though we have accounted for spending on paid family medical leave, it's a topic that is absent in this bill. And even though it was, I believe, germane because of the spending that we have authorized, we didn't want to talk about it today. This is arguably the biggest program that we have upcoming in the next 8 months. We're not going to have anybody there to man the phones the day that this program goes into effect. We should have people manning the phones 2 weeks before it goes into effect. We had multiple hearings about the progress on the implementation of paid family medical leave, and I walked away from those woefully concerned that we will not make that deadline, and we won't be in session between now and then to accommodate that. We all remember what happened with MNLARS. This will be MNLARS times 2. We did some good things on reporting. We did some good things on making sure that we helped our small business community. I appreciate Senator Champion's adopting most of my bill on deed reporting. I appreciate his support as we continue to help first responders recover from PTSD on a program that's going on in my district, where, as I mentioned earlier, we're having about in excess of a 90% success rate, getting first responders that are coping with PTSD back in their first responder job. And I appreciate that Senator Champion has made it a priority to hear both Republican and Democrat bills. And I think that is a testament to him being able to, and his willingness to work across the aisle. For one of the few committees at the very beginning of this legislative session to be on a thin margin and more proportional to what the makeup in the body is. Madam Chair, the jobs bill is extremely concerning. First of all, we had long discussions about, again, germaneness. The pieces that are affecting Minnesota employers the most are the pieces we're unwilling to talk about in this chamber. If the majority truly believes that these are valid programs, then we should be having robust discussion on this floor about them. But we're hiding behind procedural motions. And not only this year, this session, but in the previous cycle, the Labor Committee continues to use penalties as a way to raise revenue and as a back-end tax in order to increase their own spending. And Madam President, I would argue that is not the proper use of monetary penalties. We should not be using penalties to fund our budgets. And finally, Madam President, when we had the discussion around codes and the author said, well, this is all about how we feel. There was no science in the mandates that were put into the bill last year, and there was no discussion or compromise. The author felt like she wanted to put those into the bill, and they were straight party line votes. So we want to talk about feelings. And she wants to accuse us of just running on emotion. We're running on the facts. I think Senator Hawj did a great job of explaining why we are so far behind in adopting our residential code. Madam President, I would love to vote for this bill, but I can't. I think the labor portion of the bill, as Senator Draheim said, is extremely bad. And there are some things in the jobs bill that I disagree with. I think there are some good provisions. They're just misplaced in the jobs bill versus where they should be. But thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak on this bill. And again, thank you, Senator Champion. It's been a pleasure to serve on your committee.
Members, since people who are speaking are not limiting themselves to what the first portion of the bill. I'm going to wait to call on Senator Champion a little bit later, but Senator McEwen will have the final word. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to speak briefly on the portion of the bill that deals with the change in the manufactured homes. So it's approximately page 114 to the end of the bill. And I'm wondering if Senator McEwen would yield for one or several questions.
Senator McEwen yields. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator McEwen. I see here that there's multiple changes taking place, but one of the changes that's significant is eliminating the current law which says that there must be a notice of compliance form in which the buyer and the seller of a manufactured home then go through a series of various inspections. And then current law states that it either complies or correction is required, and then it just indicates that either the buyer or the seller will be the responsible party. And so the question, so it's more of an informative. It's here's some basic things in a manufactured home that have to be examined, and then it's more of it's closer to a disclosure. That section of law, of current law, is being deleted, and it's being replaced by a significantly more verbose inspection. And so the one question I would have, Madam President and Senator McEwen, is in the more verbose or the proposed language in the bill, who is the responsible party then for making corrections when a manufactured home is going to change title? And then the second part of the question would be, in addition to who is responsible for the questions or the corrections, what is the enactment date of this new provision?
Senator Lucero, Senator McEwen has agreed to respond to your question, but I would remind the members that we are on third reading. We're on third reading. These should be final comments about the bill. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam President. I just need a moment to make sure that I answer. Thank you.
Senator Westrom. I'm sorry, Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you for that question, Senator Lucero. The date, I'll start with the back end of your question. The date of the effective date would be August 1st. And checking in with the Department of Labor and Industry, my understanding is that there has been a lot of work on these updates from the department working with the various stakeholders involved, and that in working with MMHA and the Retailers Association and whatnot, they're about 90% there, but they are continuing some discussions as we go into conference, and we'll be in touch with them about that as well. But at this time, under the current language of the bill, who is responsible for the corrections is not addressed, but that language is still being actively negotiated between the parties. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, I don't know if your earlier comments of information were directed at me. In regard, okay, they were. Then I guess point of inquiry, what exactly am I asking that you believe is not in order here in third reading?
Senator Lucero, I was just making the comment that we are on final arguments about the entire bill. And I was just reminding folks of that, including yourself. I did not call you out of order. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, so we are on third reading, and I'm trying to get just some clarification on the bill as amended, as we are considering final passage. So again, I appreciate that, Madam President. So I won't ask Senator McEwen to yield anymore, so I'll just make some remarks, because she just said it's still being discussed as they go into conference. So some other concerns that I have as I was looking at this language in detail, and I'm coming at this from the perspective of buyer and seller transactions. So one of the things I would draw members' attention to is that on, let's see, which line is it? 114.16. On 114.16, it makes a definition of the word sale. And so, Madam President and Senator McEwen and the agency and anybody who might be on the conference committee, I draw your attention on 114.16, it says the passing of title from one person to another for consideration. So that could be the sale at an arm's length transaction, or it could be the sale for $1 within a family, from a sibling to a sibling. It could be a quitclaim deed. And so one of the things I'm concerned about is there's a scenario where the manufactured home is a cabin in northern Minnesota. And perhaps it's going to pass then from one family member to another family member for $1. And then that then is the passing of title. Maybe it's from the parents to a sibling, or parents to 3 siblings. And then of those 3 siblings, one of the siblings wants to drop off by quitclaim deed. And that would then kick in this expansive new language. And so if there is going to be the passing of title and it's not an arm's distance transaction, there's an onerous, or potentially onerous burden and repairs to be made. Then the point that I would have of the concerns I have that I'll just highlight is there are many buyers out there, many sellers out there. They've been in their home for many years. They're exhausted. Maybe they had a life event and they need to leave, and they don't want to do any work. And that could be a non-manufactured home, or it could be a manufactured home. And those sellers then, they just want to give the house in as-is condition to a buyer. Potentially, under this new expansive language, that would not be an option for the sellers then of manufactured homes, because there are many buyers out there who want to buy homes that are not repaired, so that they can then do any repairs that are necessary. And so in this very expansive list, I wouldn't want some repairs that have to be made in that scenario where it's in a dilapidated condition. So I have some more concerns, but those are chief among them, in that we just need to have some clarity as we go into conference, and the conferees are looking at this language. Consider scenarios that are well above and beyond what might have been the original intent of the verbiage. With that, thank you, Madam President.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Madam President. Wondering if Senator McEwen, the author of the labor bill, would yield for a question or two.
Senator McEwen yields. Senator Westrom.
Madam President, Senator McEwen, question on this bill and what's not in it as well. Broadband is an important thing to our state. Finishing the rural broadband deployment and installation of fiber to the unserved or underserved property owners and houses is something we have been pushing for. But Senator McEwen, there were some last-minute provisions snuck in last year, I would say, but put in at the last minute at a minimum, that are really affecting our broadband installers and the ability for us to use federal money or other dollars to get installed because of the new regulations we put on them. But Senator McEwen, that is not in this bill. Can you tell us why you did not put that in this bill, as important of an issue as this is?
Senator McEwen, you have a response?
Thank you, Madam President. Senator, I am not entirely clear on what provision you're talking about. I do know that the agreement that was tirelessly worked on between Senator Kupek, Senator Dornick, all of the stakeholders in regard to broadband that bill is in this bill. So if there is part of it that is not, perhaps talk with the stakeholders, but my understanding is that we have adopted what that group adopted. It's in Article 10. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Well, Madam President, Senator McEwen, I guess the reason I am asking is many times a finance omnibus bill with some applicable policy and broadband being funded actually through our Ag and Rural Broadband Committee, but there's a little overlap of jurisdiction with this labor issue that you have wanted to be a very big part of. And so my concern is that it's not in here. There is a separate bill moving, and what was the reason for that bill not being included? The separate bill could still keep moving, but Senator McEwen, I'm concerned that that issue just floats off into the night and doesn't make it all the way through if it's not riding in an omnibus, a finance omnibus bill. So Senator McEwen, if you would yield for a question.
Senator McEwen, do you yield? Senator Westrom.
Madam President and Senator McEwen, I guess I would just like to hear from you your understanding or your push to try to get this change in the implementation date of new regulations that you were very much a part of insisting and requiring last year, 40 new hours for installers, making Minnesota an island. But it's supposed to go into effect July 1st this year, and we're not going to comply even if the 40 hours doesn't get changed. And the change that's being talked about, Senator McEwen, is pushing that out to January of next year. No reduction in the hours, unfortunately. Still a very arduous, burdensome new regulation, but by July 1st is not going to happen from everything we're being told, and dollars and construction will be affected negatively. So Senator McEwen, while we're talking about this and while this ship is possibly going to sail today, although we could always reconsider and try to add it back in, Senator McEwen, I would like to have some assurance and commitment from you on this issue that you've been very much a part of. And so can you share some insight with us on the bill that's come through your committee and moving on its own and your commitment to helping make that change? Or is it a strategy that's just going to have this so-called fix just fall off the cliff or fall to the cutting room floor at the end of session, and that's why it's floating alone?
Senator McEwen, do you agree to respond?
Thank you, Madam President. I do. And my response is that I think, Senator Westrom, that you might be confused. Senate File 908 is included in this bill. It is in Article 10. The bill is being dual-tracked. It is running solo, and it is also in our bill. And that is the bill that reflects the agreement by the parties that has been very well negotiated. So, and I would direct you, Senator Westrom, to Senator Kupek, who may be able to also speak about the bill and the tracks that are moving forward. But we've been working together and are committed to making sure that this bill and this agreement gets across the finish line this year. So there are the dual tracks. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Madam President, Senator McEwen, thank you for that information. As we work on this issue, Senator McEwen, is it your intent then that this provision remains as it is? Is there any concerns you have with it, or is this something we can fast track to get through sooner than later? What are your hopes and what are you helping make happen, Senator McEwen? Because the reason for me to raise this is it's vitally important that this provision gets passed sooner than later, and having it in this bill is helpful then. But I know it's been moving on its own, and the concern I have is it's a very small change, but important. I would like to have seen a much bigger change or repeal the whole thing altogether. But Senator McEwen, if you'd yield for one last question, just to address this issue so we can be on the same page in the Senate to make sure that this issue is going to be addressed and not left hanging out there.
Senator McEwen.
Is there a question, Madam Chair? I do yield. I'm just not clear on what the question was.
A question.
Madam President. Sorry.
Senator Westrom. Is there a further question you have of Senator McEwen, Senator Westrom?
Madam President, it was embedded in the comments, but I could shorten it up. Senator McEwen, can you talk to us as the body about this language that does extend the deadline or the implementation date, and what you are working on to help make this happen sooner than later?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Westrom, the July 1st language that you were discussing and referencing earlier is in the bill in front of us. And again, if you have any questions about the content, the dates within the bill, I would direct you to Senator Kupek, who has been the point person on this bill, and we're committed to getting it across the line, hence why we have a dual track strategy to make sure that it does get across the finish line. Thank you.
Madam President, Senator McEwen.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you for that information, Senator McEwen. Know that many of us are watching this, doing anything we can to help push it. As small of a change as it became, which again I said, I wish we could have made a much more dramatic, reasonable change, but this little change it could be the difference of missing a season or part of a construction season or not. And the later it goes, the more likely that construction season is going to be affected. And so, Senator McEwen, thanks for your engagement, and know that many of us want to make sure this gets done sooner than later. And the reason we need to highlight this is for that exact reason. I'll leave it at that, Madam President.
Senator Champion, you're not at your desk, but did you have any brief final comment?
Madam President, thank you. My comments will be brief. I want to thank Senator Draheim and Senator Pratt for all your work and commitment to making sure that we had the best bill possible. I want to thank all the members, both DFL and GOP members, staff, pages, interns, nonpartisan staff, researchers, Shamika Bogan, Tom Melton, the CA, Taylor Tidwell Bennett, the CLA. My message only is that I will continue to discuss the bill, and I'm always open to improving this bill. So thank you so very much, and I look forward to a green vote.
Senator McEwen, take all the time you want.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I appreciate that. I will also offer brief comments, and you know, I am frankly somewhat surprised at some of my colleagues across the aisle who are taking a lot of umbrage with the content of this bill. In my opinion, the bill is very measured and, again, very common sense, not very, not as far-reaching as I certainly would like it to be, but reflects a very solid budget, excellent programs, excellent policy, only little bits of policy that are connected to budgetary allocations. But I just wanted to make a couple of comments briefly. It strikes me, and I've heard this as a pattern, Madam President, this harping on so-called mandates. We heard this last session, last term, the term before. And I think it's really, really important for Minnesotans to understand that when they hear politicians saying, all these mandates, all the mandates are really hard on business, what they're talking about, what those politicians are talking about, are your rights. Your rights in the workplace, your rights to make sure that you can live a productive, happy life. Those are the so-called mandates that are so hard for your boss to have to comply with. So I really encourage the people of the state of Minnesota to critically examine what are those politicians specifically talking about when they throw around the word mandate. Ask them directly, what mandate? Is it a law that's meant to protect me in the workplace? Is it a law that makes sure I get my 15-minute break? Is it a law that makes sure I get my earned sick and safe time? Is it a law that makes sure I could have paid family medical leave to take some time off if I have a kid or adopt a child or have a sick relative or I'm sick? Because those mandates that they're crying about, oftentimes that is exactly what they're talking about. So ask them. The other thing that really has been a repeated theme, both in the Labor Committee and here in the Senate floor, is this idea that this is some sort of equal opportunity game, that our workplaces are the boss, the employer, and then the employee. And they come together and they have an equal playing field contract. And, you know, we heard it today on the floor, if you don't like your job, just leave it, go find a new one. Anybody who has worked a minimum wage job or those jobs that are right around the minimum wage knows that that is absurd. There is hardly ever an equality between an employer and employee. Almost always, the employer holds more cards than that employee does. It is much more of a risk for the employee to just leave and try to find another job. And the employee oftentimes doesn't have the kind of bargaining power that the employer does. That's why organized labor is so important, so that employees can get together with their peers, with their colleagues, and come together to the employer to ask and say, this is what we're asking for. These are the conditions that we want to be met for our employment. And speaking of organized labor, I just want to speak briefly to a conversation that we had earlier in regard to employees of this legislature. One of the reasons why there was a hint of hesitation in my voice in response to the question of, do government employees also qualify to be protected under this law? And I said, yes, I sure hope so. And if they're not, come talk to me and we're going to make sure they are. I have received confirmation from the Department of Labor and Industry that yes, indeed, they are protected as employees by this law and others. But the reason that I hesitated, Madam President, is because one of the rights that our employees here at the legislature do not have, that they have been written out of having, is the right to collectively bargain as part of a union. And that is something that I feel very passionately that they should have a right to do. And I think it's wrong that they don't have it. So if there are ever any rights that are being denied to our legislative employees, I hope that they will come talk to me so that we can talk about ways that we can address those issues. The employee, if we could be considered employees that do not qualify under this, are elected officials, who, as we know, it is a little bit easier for us to decide to get a different job or to leave our employment. But our legislative staff here at the Senate is entitled to those breaks. So, in conclusion, Madam President, I'm very proud of the work of this bill. I'm very thankful to all of the advocates who put in so much work and time to testify in the Senate Labor Committee. We had many people come and tell us stories about their workplaces, about programs that they've benefited from and been a part of. This bill advances a lot of that programming and works within the constraints of the budget that we have been assigned this year, and tries to make the most of it. And I just want also to thank the Department of Labor and Industry and all of the staff and workers at the department, and note to the people of Minnesota that your Department of Labor and Industry here in the state of Minnesota is working every day to protect your rights. And it has never been more important, Madam President, to have a strong Department of Labor and Industry, and to have a Department of Labor and Industry that can actually enforce the laws that we have on the books here in the state of Minnesota, especially when they are no longer receiving cooperation from the federal government that had been for years helping them to protect workers. That has fallen away. So their work is going to be doubly important now. The same goes for the workers' compensation system that we have here in our state. The same goes for the Bureau of Mediation Services. The federal mediators have been let go. So all of the contents of this bill, Madam President, are so, so important, and I am so thankful to all of the people who have put their work, their labor, their time and energy into bringing this bill here today before this body, and I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage. Senator Westland, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Jasinski for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
And thank you, Madam President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no. The Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 yeas and 30 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. I did it.
Members, we will now proceed to Senate File number 2077. That is Senator Hur, for your opening comments. We have an author who is on the run, Senator Hur. You can't say you haven't had enough time because that took a long time for that job, Bill. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the moment everybody's been waiting for, all members. And so Senate File 2077 is this year Environment Natural Resource Budget Omnibus Bill. As some of you may have heard, all controversial policy or pure policy with no fiscal note were removed yesterday in the Finance Committee. Those provisions will be traveling together on a new vehicle of a policy omnibus bill, and we're putting it together as soon as we can this Thursday committee hearing. So the bill before you today is the second engrossment of the Senate File 2077, which everyone should have on your desk, along with the updated budget spreadsheet. The bill has 5 articles. Article 1 is on a balanced environment and natural resources budget that stay within our negative $1 million of general fund target. Article 2 is the recommendation of the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resource, in short LCCMR. It specifies the $103 million from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund for 124 projects across our state that were vetted by the LCCMR committee. In front of you is a map that shows the different projects in different regions, and as you can see, it goes through all of our state. In terms of committee, our LCCR committee, I want to thank our vice chair, Senator Green, Senator Westrom, and Senator Putnam and Senator McCune for serving with me along with 12 other members. So Article 3 is the Environmental Trust Fund Community Grant we passed in 2024 with 82% of Minnesota voters' approval. A special thanks to the bipartisan effort with Senator Abler, Senator Hoffman, and our former Senator Morrison and Senator Hawj as my co-authors of the bill. This article appropriates $28 million each year from the lottery proceeds to smaller entities serving census tract communities that are overburdened by pollution or underserved, low-income, rural municipalities, tribal nations, among other underrepresented groups. And Article 4 is a handful of bipartisan environment policy provisions that have a fiscal impact or tied to a statutory appropriation, including Senator Lane's fee reduction for games and fish licenses for our disabled Minnesota veterans, and Senator Pa's mushroom foraging task force, Senator Seeberger's abandoned watercraft penalties, Senator Pappas' lighting cream awareness, and Senator Hawj's outdoor school for all. And the Article 5 is our DNR state land bill. This year is quite short. We just had less than 3 properties, one in Carly State Park in Wabasha County, and 3 parcels in the consecutive county together, St. Louis County and Atkins County. Members, I also want to take this time to thank our staff and our committee members of the Environment, Climate, and Legacy Committee, composed of Vice Chair Senator Jen McCune, Minority Lead Senator Steve Green, and Senator Drukowski, Senator Hawj, Senator Hoffman, Senator Johnson Stewart, Senator Kunesh, Senator Lane, and Senator Wiesenberg. Great thanks, or special thanks to committee staff, Dan Mueller, our fiscal analyst, Mr. Ben Stanley, Senate Counsel, and my committee administrator, Carla Josephson, my committee legislative assistant, Mike Calvu, and DFL researcher, Casey Tomadov, and GOP researcher, Victor Florell. Our intern, Isaac Sparber, and committee pages, Olivia, Michael, and Senya. And under LCCMR, I also want to thank Director Becca Nash and the rest of the LCCMR team. Senator Green, as I mentioned earlier, was a vice chair with me in that committee, and also fellow Senators Westrom and McCune and Putnam. And members, Senator Green is a minority lead in my community, and my respect for him. We have conversation before this committee begin, and Senator Green is a person that sometimes won't budge. We have different point of view, but he won't budge. But today we have an agreement that if I can hold off my caucus member from making an amendment, he will do the same with his caucus. So I'm still committed to our truth, and I ask member to support me as well as member of his aisle to support his decision, and hopefully that we don't break ranks. So, member, this is it on my introduction of the Senate File 2077, and I ask for your support of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Hurd. Thank you for that overview. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd also like to thank Senator Hurd, and my admiration for him is the same. We did work well together, I believe. I know I came in late as the lead on this committee. I've served on the Environmental Committee for some years, but I came in late, and both the senator and the other committee members and the staff, I don't have enough words of praise for the staff for what they go through, especially when someone new steps in. And I did have an agreement with Senator Hurd in that I said that I would make sure that we kept our amendments down to our side to less than 4. I have 2. I talked with him on those, and so I'll offer those 2. The one really is something that was in the bill, and as the senator said, a lot of the policy was taken out, and I just wouldn't feel right if I didn't give this a shot. And this has to do with the permitting reform. I hear so much around the state, businesses that are struggling with this. We've lost some very big job creators in Minnesota just in the last few years, both along the Iron Range and over in my district and Senator Johnson's district. So I would like to offer the A58, Mr. President.
Senator Green offers the A58. The Secretary will report the A58.
Senator Green moves to amend Senate File number 2077 as follows. Page 139, after line 30, insert. This is the A58 amendment.
Senator Green, to your A58 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the amendment except for to say that it doesn't go as far as I would like, but it is a bipartisan amendment. If it hadn't been, I probably would not have brought it. It relieves some of the pressure on some of the businesses and allows for a little more expedited permitting. Get back to my notes here. It reduces the amendment period that people have to apply from 60 days to 30 days if the commissioner agrees. It requires agency reporting to look for deficiencies, and that's one of the big things that I think in the bill that I really like. It requires our own agencies to look for ways that they can efficiently move these permits forward faster. And it also requires that consultants be accredited. So the Minnesota Pollution Control Commissioner is going to have to bring these folks in, and if they're going to be consultants, they're going to have to go through a process to become accredited. It helps out with some construction permits, allows them to move forward faster. And in one of those, it would be that if an environmental impact statement is already required, it wouldn't require an environmental study as well, or an environmental assessment worksheet. It also allows things to move on dual track. So if one permit is going, you don't have to wait for that one to go through before you can start the other one. And we believe that this is going to really cut down on the time of the permitting. And that's pretty much the amendment. It was also agreed upon by not only the agency, it agreed upon by industry, and it was also agreed upon by some from the environmental groups. So it's a good compromise. It allows for safety, oversight, but just the policies to move a little faster. And that is the amendment. Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Hurd to the A58 amendment.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Oh, Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I rise under a point of order under Rule 7.4. The proposed amendment puts the bill out of fiscal order, and this is an omnibus appropriations bill and is out of order under Rule 7.4.
Advice, Mr. President.
Senator Klein raises a point of order out of Rule 7.4. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice on the point of order. If you look at Rule 7.4 and the different clauses that are enumerated under there, it's very clear about increasing net appropriations, reducing net revenue, changing appropriations, transfers or revenue from an agency, creating or increasing amount of tax expenditure. And Mr. President, I didn't hear Senator Klein cite how this amendment does any of those things. If I look at the amendment, there's no appropriation, there's no change in taxes, there's nothing that affects 7.4 before the body. And so I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken.
Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. If you will give us a minute. Members, the point of order is not well taken. Senator Hurd now to the A58.
Mr. President, I question the similar things. I know this is more like policy and has no fiscal. If I can ask Senator Green to yield.
Senator Green, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hurd.
Senator Green, if I can ask you like two questions all into one. One is that does it has fiscal note, and does it list the number FTE in this amendment?
Senator Hurd to the Senator Green to the question.
If I remember right, Senator Hurd, this might take up to 3 FTEs, but I could be mistaken on that.
Senator Hurd.
Okay, members, I will, being that their list stated 3 FTE, but there's no budget mentioned, so I question how we're going to pay for it, and if we put dollars into this bill, we'll change the amount that's already appropriated in our budget bill. Also, I even question the germaneness because we're talking about the finance budget bill, finance omnibus bill only at this time, and the language in this bill fit more in the policy bill that I mentioned earlier that we will be working on this Thursday. So, remember, I asked your support for voting against this amendment.
Senator Hurd, are you asking for a roll call? Because you are using some language as if you were assuming that there was a roll call that was requested. Are you requesting a roll call?
Yes, Mr. President, I asked for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussions before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Green, Senator Green, you're the last person we'll hear from before we vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the germane issue, I know that it was ruled in my favor, but in Article 4 on page 103, it does have in there the environmental natural resources policy. So there is policy in the bill. I don't think that the money situation is going to be that bad. I think we can get that figured out as I'll talk about later in the bill. And I was not going to ask for a roll call, but seeing as how Senator Hurd did, I guess we'll just go to the vote.
Senator Green, it looks like someone in the back was waving in order to speak, but I'd ask them to stand up so we can see them faster. So I'll let him say something, Senator Hawj, and then if you have any final words, I want to be respectful of the author being the last voice that we hear. Senator Hawj.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Green and Senator Hurd. I apologize for speaking last. I was trying to get the attention. This is a bill that I've been working really hard on this session. permitting reform, and making sure that our state government works for folks who want to have job creation in our state, who want to be competitive in our state and open up businesses, is something that I hear time and time again, not just in northern Minnesota, but when I meet with stakeholders all across our state on the issues that really matter to them to create jobs in our country. This is a bill that we negotiated with environmental groups, with the Chamber of Commerce, with business groups, with the building trades. All of us met multiple times, and we were able to get a unanimous vote out of the Environment Committee. A unanimous vote out of the Environment Committee. You find me other legislation that gets unanimous votes out of the Environment Committee, especially with the word permitting in it. That's what we were able to accomplish with this bill. I think that means something. I think it means that it's good policy. It's a good bill. So this is something that I will be a yes on. I appreciate Senator Green bringing it forward. It's something that I hold dear and that I've worked really, really hard on this session. I appreciate the time.
Any other discussions before we go to the author? Senator Hurd, did you have something you want to say before we go to Senator Green? Because he is the last person. I just went to Senator Hawj because we missed him.
Mr. President, I withdraw my roll call.
Roll call withdrawn. Senator Green, are there any last comments that you'd like to make?
Only to say that I couldn't have said it better myself. Let's. I don't hear him.
Senator Green, are you going to speak?
No. I think. Well, I'm good.
Mr. President.
All right.
Mr. President, I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. The secretary would take the roll on the A58 Green Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes or nays, the A58 amendment is adopted. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will pass to Senator Draheim.
We do not pass. I recognize. Next on my list is Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A83 amendment.
Senator Jasinski offers the A83 amendment. And the Secretary will report the A83 amendment.
Senator Jasinski moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 50, line 17, delete 1,362,000. This is the A83 amendment.
Senator Jasinski to your A83 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill I've been working with Senator Hur on for quite a few years now. We've been working together. However, in 2023, we did a 2-year pilot project that started. And we actually did not get that program started until 2024 because we did not get it approved in timely manner to get the equipment in the lake. This is a water quality called Water Quality 3D project that hit a couple lakes or many lakes across the state. So we would like to try and continue this funding for the important work that's being done. This money is taken out of the amendment is actually taken from the $1.362 million that's in a trust fund to the Science Museum of Minnesota for the St. Croix Watershed Research Station to evaluate drivers that contribute to the formation of nuisance and toxic algae blooms in relatively pristine and protected lakes across Minnesota. So this is a study, but what's been going on is an actual pilot project that has equipment in the water trying to clean our lakes in southern Minnesota. This is a pilot project. It's happened in a couple lakes so far. I'm going to speak to one of them. You have a handout on your desk of a French Lake in Rice County. This pilot project, the equipment was put in last spring. These are basically aerifying boxes that have some special technology in them that equalize the pH levels and works to stop the algae blooms that are seen in many of our local lakes. Again, it started last year. However, in 2024, if you remember, we had 28 inches of rain in the month of June, and that overwhelmed the system. So we really didn't get an accurate reading of what was going on the first year, although through the middle of the summer we did start seeing results. We would like to continue that. Those boxes are actually being installed this week in many lakes across Minnesota to show what that can do. But we need to extend that project out, give it some more funding to actually see what it's doing. A lot of times in these boxes, the first year you don't see any noticeable results, but we're testing on the water levels and seeing what's happening in the water. And right now it's not as much visual, but you're seeing the effects happening chemically. And what we're told on Lake Alice, this was done the first year, and the first year you really didn't see any effects, but it was going through that change of chemical balances. And the second year started seeing dramatic effects. So this will be the second year on French Lake. You'll see on your graph or the handout I gave you just a couple things we've already seen already. The pH levels have been increased, which inhibits algae and bacteria growth. We've had improved dissolved oxygen throughout the water lake. We're seeing reduced E. coli levels. The reduced odor, I will tell you, on this lake, we're hearing from the residents that live there, many other years they can't even sleep with their windows open because of the toxic algae blooms that they smell. Last year after 1 year, they could actually leave their windows open at night. So this is a project that's working. It's not a study. And as I've mentioned many times before, and you'll hear me say it again, I really think it's important to actually have projects and not just studies. And this would show the results of what can happen. And if this technology works, we could really, really improve our lake quality across Minnesota, which would increase tourism and many, many other things. So I've talked with Senator Hur, and he's going to work on this to get it to going where it's at. So I would like a green vote on this important technology for Minnesota.
Senator Jasinski, you were speaking as if you asked for a roll call. Are you asking for a roll call, Senator Jasinski?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm asking for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hur.
Mr. President, I know that when the Water Quality 3D came circulate within our body here, no one would support this project, and I was the one that gave it leeway to it. So I haven't heard from advocates group about putting it into this bill. I appreciate Senator Jasinski for bringing forward. I will, keep an eye on its progress. I'd like to see the result first, so the accountability doesn't fall on me as an initiator, giving leeway to this project, this pilot project. I want to see some outcome to it, and if they need deadline extension, well, I certainly can work on that. But also, there's a competitive grant in this bill as well, and I'd like to encourage the advocates group to look at that option so that it doesn't come to our body for a political reason, because when it becomes politics, it could lead into accountability. So I ask members to vote against the amendment, although I appreciate Senator Jasinski for a well-intended proposal, but not during this time when we're trying to keep this bill as a clean budget bill.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of this amendment. I have the opportunity of representing the city of Fergus Falls, and they have been one of these pilot program sites, and the city council and the city is supportive of continuing this. And their hope, Mr. President, is that if successful, this relatively small investment will help them avoid a multi-million-dollar dredging project that would be more invasive to the local environment. And so I thank Senator Jasinski for bringing this to allow water quality improvements to continue and for this pilot program to continue and to see what results it has to yield.
Before we go to the author of the amendment, any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Jasinski, for your last brief words.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for listening. I really think it's a proven technology so far already. There are visible results we're seeing in other lakes. Lake Alice in Fergus Falls is a relatively small lake. It's only 100 acres. French Lake in Rice County is about 850 acres, so it's a large lake we're trying. But since Senator Herr has been so gracious to work with me, I will withdraw the amendment.
Senator Jasinski withdraws the A83 amendment. Members, we'll now go to Senator Rarick. Okay. Senator Rarick, I think I see life. All right, Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize for that. I was thinking we were just taking the first, I didn't realize we were to the LCCMR section as well. So, Mr. President, I would like to offer the A79 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A79 amendment. The Secretary will report the A79 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 39, line 1, delete 298,000. This is the A79 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your A79 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, one of the discussions we have around here over the years with the money that is collected for different projects, and that's what I think most Minnesotans are expecting, is that there are going to be projects and improvements made around the state. And so this amendment is looking to move some money around to do just that. And as I look at a number of the things that are in this bill, like the one that stands out, if members want to ask exactly what I'm looking to move around, but like there's one study in here that asks, are all walleyes created equal? And I think Minnesotans look at that and just wonder, what are we doing? But what I'm looking at using the money for, Mr. President, is something that is truly needed around the state. We have bike trails all over the place, all around the state. We put them in, but we fail to maintain them. And this provision is actually supported by the MS Society. And one might ask, well, why would the MS Society support this? Well, members, we have a section of trail between the city of Hinckley and Finlayson that for years and years was part of the MS 150 bike tour. that goes between the Duluth and the Twin Cities. But this part of the trail is in such disrepair. The MS Society has moved the MS 150 bike ride off the bike trail and back onto Highway 61. I think this is something that Minnesotans would expect that we would use our money for to make these types of improvements rather than funding all these studies that we actually could answer with common sense. So, Mr. President, I would ask for members' support and would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd to the A79 amendment.
Mr. President, I'm still waiting to look at the language of A79, so if you can give me a few minutes.
I'll give you a few minutes, Senator Hurd. Senator Hurd to the A79.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I will object to this amendment because it takes a lot of work from citizen members and also our House member as well as our Senate members. As I mentioned, there's 5 of us from this body to be part of it, and we spend the whole summer to compose and vetted the project and present a recommendation as a whole on LCCNR. So this itself, just one of this project, will take away 9 or so projects that has been vetted with good support, and so I would ask member to vote this down, and also ask member to vote down on any amendment that could jeopardize the LCCMR portion of this bill.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the bill to hear any final words? Seeing none, Senator Rarick, final brief comments. There are none. The secretary will take the roll. He does it all hard, doesn't he? Members, please vote. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7, when you're ready, just let me know. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. That's all I have. Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
And Senator Duckworth votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A79 amendment is not adopted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A77.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A77. The secretary will report the A77.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 46, line 34, delete $2,146,000. This is the A77 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg, to your A77.
Thank you, Mr. President. Starting 2 years ago, so in the summer of 2023, I went to multiple Lake Association meetings, and I heard the same thing from people that actually live on a lake. They were seeing eagles eat baby loons. So I drafted this last year. I'm bringing it back again. People are watching eagles eat loons, so we should study that. And if people don't know, in probably the last 12 years, we had about 1,200 nesting pairs of eagles, and in Minnesota now we have 9,000. So the eagle population has literally skyrocketed. This is something that they would eat. So if we're concerned about the loon population, we should really do this study. So it's asking for $248,000. I do need to make an oral amendment on my amendment on line 1.12 to change 2026 to 2028.
Could you please tell us again what that oral amendment is? And
so
where?
On line 1.12, the year says 2026. I would just amendment to read 2028.
The secretary will report the amendment to the amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend the A77 amendment as follows. On page 1, line 12, delete 2026 and insert 2028.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, the DNR did like this bill, or this amendment, or this language.
Senator Wiesenberg, can I deal with your amendment to the amendment first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails, and the A77 is amended. Now, Senator Wiesenberg, to your A77 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the DNR likes this language. It's a study that needs to happen. They agreed that it's something that should happen. So this would give us 2 years to do a study to see how the eagle population is affecting the loons. I know some people were concerned about money. I went through this bill without doing any more research, just on knowledge that I've gained as a wildlife biologist and doing work for the last 20 years. And I cut $31 million out of this bill on things that we can answer. I can answer right now. If you want me to go through it, I would, but I'm not going to. There's about 20 different bills, 20 different things in here, like the deer survival within Minnesota's densest wolf population. We know that. We don't need to spend any of that money. There's money to do a lead study. I can tell you about that. I've actually done small mammal research on Camp Ripley. Camp Ripley probably has the most lead in the state on the ground because it's a military reservation, and they shoot tons of lead into the ground a year, and they have one of the best environments in the state. They get environmental awards every year, so they're not being impacted. So we can find this money, it's there, and this is something that's important. If the loons are being impacted by eagles, we need to know that, and we should support this amendment. I know an ornithologist did testify against this, and I corrected them because there was some research that was done in 2006, but it wasn't published until 2023. And at that time, the eagle population, like I said, was about 8,000 breeding pairs less, and we have lots of eagles, and we need to do this research. Thank you.
Senator Hurd, to the A77 as amended.
Mr. President, I'd just like to see if Senator Wiesenberg will yield.
Senator Wiesenberg, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Hurd, to the question, for the question.
Senator Wiesenberg, have you asked advocates group or the stakeholder of this study to look at taking the application route, whether this year or last year?
Senator Weisenberg, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we did hear this bill in committee, the DNR did testify that they wanted this bill to come forward this year, if that's what you're asking.
Senator Hur.
Members, again, I'd like to ask members to join me in voting no. This is also taking money from LCCR. Is a process that we have been spend longest time vetting throughout the summer, and so with the respect of the effort of our Senate members as well as the House member and citizen member that put a lot of time and efforts and resource into recommending the LCCR bill, I would object to taking this amendment at this time. So I ask members to vote no. I also encourage Senator Weisenberg to also look at working with DNR through RFP option, so that this is seem like to me like a local project, although it had larger impact, but that will fit in through the application process, whether through small grant of environmental trust fund or through LCCR process that they accept application annually before March 19th. So again, I gave a lot of information already, and I want to reiterate my objection to this amendment. So please join me in voting no.
Senator Hur, I asked you this the last time. Are you asking for a roll call, or because you're using language that was suggested, but you didn't directly ask, and I don't want to assume?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I might need your help go on and on every now and then in case I forget. So yes, I do ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Before we go to the author, there's someone else who wants to speak before you, Senator Weisenberg. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Senator Weisenberg for bringing this amendment before us. I've been listening to this conversation last year and this year as well, and I can only bring my own personal experience to this discussion. In the Maple Grove area, we have a growing number of bald eagles that have been nesting throughout our city. Some of them are only a block and a half from my home. And of course, they're very majestic, but at the same time, we have a number of lakes that have nesting loons. But in the last few years, as the eagle population has grown, the loon population has gone down. When I talk to my constituents on some of these lakes where the loons are, they've actually seen the eagles snatch baby loons off the water. This is, if Senator Weisenberg is noticing it in northern Minnesota, and my people are noticing it in the metropolitan area, we have a bigger problem than what we are casually dismissing today. And quite honestly, I think it's time to put the legislative focus on this issue, because eventually our adult loon population in the Maple Grove area is dwindling. It's because there's no replacement generation that's coming back in the spring. So I think Senator Weisenberg is bringing up a very vital and timely issue, and pretty soon we just aren't going to have our state bird around. So I think it's a legitimate issue. I sincerely wish that our committee that's in charge of environment would seriously look at this and not so casually dismiss it, because I honestly believe, by the observations of other people, not only in northern Minnesota, but in the metropolitan area, this is a real problem and it should be studied. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the A77 as amended? Seeing none, Senator Weisenberg, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Limmer. Yeah, we need to look at this, and we need to vote green on this. You know, I've spent my life studying wildlife, and if there's something that is more important than another thing, that's something we should review. And as I already said, there's lots of money in this bill that we do not need to spend. I can answer the question right now. I can tell you what the answer is. We don't need to be wasting the money, but this is something that we need to know if it's happening. We need to know that eagles are eating baby loons, and if that's the case, then we have to figure out what we need to do. I've spent years of my life volunteering at Camp Ripley doing tens of thousands of hours of wildlife research for free because I care about it that much. And I do have a degree in wildlife biology, a Bachelor of Science, and this is my life's work, and I understand it. I've heard other people talk about how they're lawyers and they understand that, or they are car dealers, or they sell houses and they understand it. I know this. I understand this. We need to vote yes on this, and I'm not saying it because, oh, I want this. This should be bipartisan, and it should be, everybody should vote green. It's not an issue that we should be voting red on. Thank you very much. Please vote green, and I'd like a roll call.
A roll call was requested, and a roll call was already granted. The secretary would take the roll on the A77 as amended. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And I'm waiting on one more, Mr. President. Mr. President?
Senator Rasmussen?
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And Senator Nelson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A77 amendment as amended is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A72.
Senator Lucero offers the A72 amendment. The secretary will report the A72 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 38, delete lines 34 and 35. This is the A72 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A72 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. For many years, constituents in the other body and in this body have continued to reach out to me expressing their desire for increased funding for AIS. aquatic invasive species. It was concerning to me that there were recommendations to cut the funding for AIS. So the bill before us actually reduces the funding for AIS and tries to make up for it with increased fees. And so what this amendment will do, Mr. President, is to reallocate some of the money that's in the bill towards AIS for our many, many Great Lakes across the state of Minnesota, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd to the A72 amendment.
Mr. President, I also will object to this amendment, like the couple of them that have already came forward. Again, that we spend a great amount of time constructing the LCSR bill, Environmental Trust Fund bill. So this will not justify the effort, and I like to protect and also honor those who have spent so much time. So I ask members to object to this provision here.
Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for a point of order under Rule 35. The proposed amendment adds tax statute to our current legacy bill in front of us and is a substantially different subject.
Senator Klein raises a point of order under 35, Rule 35. And Senator Klein, just so I'm clear as to which provision, 35.2,
Section 1.
35.2, Section 1. Any other discussion? Briefly, because I don't need any advice, but...
Well, Mr. President, if you rule the right way, you probably don't, but just the advice you were given is erroneous because he's talking about the legacy bill. This is LCCMR, so it's a big difference, and so hopefully you caught that distinction. So that would be my advice, Mr. President. This is in order. This isn't the legacy bill, as Senator Klein referenced. This is LCCMR. That is a different, substantially different a bill that might have a point of order that could be raised, but not on this issue.
Give me a moment, members. Thank you, members. The point of order is not well taken. Senator Hurd or anyone before we vote? We will go to the author, but Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted in the prevailing side, I'd like to move that the vote whereby A58...
Senator Kupek, we are still on the A72.
I thought we had moved on. Sorry.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion on the A72 before I go to the authors? Senator Hurd.
Mr. President, I'd like to reiterate to vote no against this amendment.
Last voice we'll hear before we vote is Senator Lucero, if he has anything to say.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to make clear for any who are watching, a green vote is to support the efforts to protect Minnesota's Great Lakes from aquatic invasive species, and a red vote is to vote against protecting our Great Lakes. Please vote green. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A72 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Rasmussen, when you're ready, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And Senator Jasinski votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A72 Lucero Amendment is not adopted. Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. Spoiler alert there, sorry. Having voted in the prevailing side, I'd like to move the vote whereby A58 amendment to Senate File 2077 now be reconsidered, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Having voted on the prevailing side, Senator Kupek moved that the vote whereby the A58 Green Amendment to Senate File number 2077 was adopted on April 29, 2025 be now reconsidered. The Secretary would take the roll on the motion to reconsider. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes yes.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
And Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes no.
Senator Abler votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the motion to reconsider prevails. Now, members, before you is the A58 amendment. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would encourage a yes vote on this bipartisan work that has support on both sides of the aisle, and look forward to voting green. Thank you.
Senator Hurd, you're standing. Would you like to say something?
I'd like to encourage members to vote no, as I stated earlier.
The secretary will take the roll on the A57 amendment. I'm sorry, the A58 amendment, members. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Cran votes aye.
Senator Karan votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
And Senator Abler votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 33 noes, the A58 amendment is not adopted. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, I'm not going to offer my amendment.
Okay. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A71.
Senator Wiesenberg offers the A71 amendment. The secretary will report the A71 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 38, line 26, delete 1,441,000. This is the A71 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg to your A71 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a bill that would help out the deer farmers in the state of Minnesota. There's been much to do about CWD in the last, well, forever, I guess, but in the last 10 years, there's been a scientific breakthrough with CWD, and I guess I'll talk about this handout that's coming out. And CWD is a prion disease that affects the nervous system of deer. They get it and they die. So the DNR has been saying that the wild deer have been getting infected from deer farmers when there's evidence that that's not true. There's deer biologists, Mr. President, that have been studying deer for 45 years, and they have evidence that says that's wrong. So this handout that I'm handing you out right now, it's about sheep and goats. And in sheep and goats, they have a disease called scrapie. And scrapie is exactly the same as CWD. It affects the animals, it's a prion. And we have all but eliminated scrapie out of the sheep and goats. I don't think we found it in the United States in like 7 years. If you would just take sheep and goat out and put white-tailed deer in there, take out scrapie and put CWD in there, it's the exact same thing. So, Mr. President, there was a white-tailed deer farmer in Wisconsin about 10 years ago. He discovered that there were genes in the deer genome that were resistant to CWD. So if there are genes in the genome that are resistant to CWD, it could lead one to believe, because they're found on different alleles, that sometime in the past when deer were evolving, that this was a thing. The deer that survived passed on this allele to make sure that the deer didn't die, and as they evolved more, it came back. But what this would do is it would give $1 million from this fund to fund CWD-free deer semen to deer farmers. So we can breed this out, we can do it today. There's actually deer farms in Minnesota that have been doing this for 2 years already. Rather than getting rid of deer farms, we can help them. We've got the Pennsylvania DNR is doing this right now. They're actually helping their deer farmers by, sorry, I'll wait till people are done walking around and it's hard to concentrate. Thank you, Mr. President. So in Pennsylvania right now, the Pennsylvania DNR is helping the deer farmers. They're funding this. They're helping them by eliminating CWD in the deer farms. There's other states that are trying to breed deer and get rid of CWD. If you read your handout, we can do this. We just, rather than getting rid of deer farms, we just have to breed it out. Some deer farmers are already doing this. It's really simple. Let's just make this happen, and let's help our businesses in the state. As we just talked about in the last omnibus bill, we want to create jobs and not destroy them. We need a green vote on this. Thank you very much.
Senator Herb to the A71.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will ask for a roll call on this amendment. Again, this will change the recommendation of LCCR, and I'm not ready to support this yet. Ask member to vote no. Also, I want to encourage stakeholder and also Senator Wiesenberg that this could fit in next year application to our LCCR. Again, prior to March 19th, that would be 2026. And again, I want to reiterate roll call.
Roll call, requested roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Wiesenberg to your A71.
Thank you, Mr. President. Quite literally, time is of the essence. The DNR is being sued by the deer farmers right now, and by May 15th of this year, they might get shut down. If we can pass a bill to help them and save them by using science and not politics, this can happen. Next year could be too late, and there might not be more deer farms. But what is going to happen if they get shut down, the DNR is going to have to reimburse all these people, all the businesses are closing. So this could increase taxes $1 billion because there's people that have large deer farms and their deer are worth a lot of money, and they want to give their farms to their children, and this won't happen. So if the DNR has to settle and pay off these deer farmers, we're going to be increasing taxes by, who knows, billions of dollars next year to pay for these deer farmers. We can simply breed CWD out of deer right now on deer farms, then it's not a problem anymore. And we can't wait till next year because we're coming up on a deadline, and once we go over that cliff, they're gone. The DNR has already put over 600 deer farmers out of business in Minnesota, and there's only like 90 left. They're literally killing businesses. I have 2 people in my district that live in Royalton, Minnesota. They're both veterans, and they have PTSD, and right now they're going to see counseling because the DNR might put them out of business. They'll have to sell their land, they'll have to sell their farm, and they don't know what they're going to do. They have everything invested in this. And if we don't help them, they're done. We're going to kick them out on the curb. We say we're trying to help people, and we're not. And you know what else they're not doing? The DNR is not paying for these people to get their counseling. And these people are scared. They don't know what they're going to do. We're not helping them. We can do this. We can help them. We can breed CWD out of the farms, just like that paper says with the sheep on it, Mr. President. We can help these farmers. It's a real issue. It's science. It's not politics, but we need to do this. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A71 amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Cran votes aye.
Senator Coran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, he says he's done. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A71 amendment is not adopted. Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more time. I'd like to move the A70.
Senator Weissenberg offers the A70 amendment, and the secretary will report the A70 amendment.
Senator Wiesenberg moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 38, line 26, delete 1,441,000. This is the A70 amendment.
Senator Weissenberg, to your A70 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is an amendment to try to help our farmers again. And actually, Bob Meyer testified on the first day of Environmental Committee that all farmers need to do is put an electric fence around their deer farm, and that would simply be enough for them to move forward and not have to face the fines or the implementations that the DNR has put on them. Actually, illegally, Mr. President, because last year the Chevron deference case went through, and these fines that the DNR is imposing, they're not only bringing them forward, they're also enforcing them, and that is now federally illegal. So maybe the deer farmers will get lucky in federal court in 2 weeks, because right now Minnesota is breaking federal law by trying to put the deer farmers out of business. What I'm asking for is we should help farmers out. We should help these deer farmers out, put a 3-year moratorium on getting rid of the deer farms. And as Bob Meyer said, on the very first day, all you need is an electric fence, but some of these people need some help. So this would give these people some help. We would do a study to see that the deer, it's not only an electric fence, there's also an 8-foot tall fence. So the deer would have to get through the electric fence and then get over an 8-foot fence, and they just aren't jumping over those big fences. They don't do that. So let's give some relief to these people. Let's try to work together. Let's use science. Let's use the data. Let's look at this. Let's help all farmers, and let's not put people out of business, as I just talked about. Please vote green on this, and I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Herr.
Member, I object to this amendment and ask member to vote no. I'd like to encourage Senator Wiesenberg and the stakeholder of this project to go through the LCSR application process as usual, because there is a study already in place on deer population, and this amendment here is taking money from that study that's already recommended LCCMR, which has been planted throughout the whole process and also vetted through number of times by the LCCR members. So this is kind of like just segue in and snatch the project dollars to do things that rather prompt. And so that make me nervous. Doing prompt is not always right. So I ask members to vote against this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A70 amendment before we go to the author? Seeing none, Senator Weissenberg, for your final comments before we vote on the A70 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I like to do things the right thing. I don't like to make backroom deals. I don't want to say I'll shake your hand if you shake mine. If it's the right thing to do, we should do it. There is $900,000 that we're asking for to do a white-tailed deer study in northeastern Minnesota. I can already answer what the questions are going to be to that when the study's done. We're going to find out that timber wolves are, in fact, one of the causes why deer are decreasing. The Winter Severity Index, which looks at the snow depth and the temperature and how long the temperature was in the negatives, we'll look at that. We already have all of this data. We are wasting money. We do not need to do this study, Mr. President. There's $1.4 million to transport elk from central, northwestern Minnesota over by Cloquet. They had a listening session up there, Mr. President, and the Red Lake tribe said, if you put elk over there, we will shoot all the moose in Minnesota. We are going to go to war. This is, you can look it up, you can see it. So we're going to spend $1.4 million to move these elk when the Red Lake tribe said, we're going to kill all the moose and we're going to come and kill all the elk over there. Why are we still spending that money? We should be reappropriating that money and putting it somewhere that makes a little more sense. And as we're talking about CWD, the DNR says you must not move deer around because they could spread CWD. You know what elk are? They are deer. They're one of the larger members of the deer family, and they can also get CWD. So in this hand, Mr. President, the DNR says you can't move deer around. It's illegal. It's wrong. We don't want these white-tailed deer being moved around that have been genetically modified. The elk that are in northwestern Minnesota have already been genetically modified. They came off of an elk farm and they were let go. So now we're going to take those elk that the DNR says we can't move because they're deer, and we're going to put them over in Cloquet. They're doing exactly what we say we can't do. So let's take that money. We can put it somewhere else. This will help people. This will help actually keep people alive and putting food on their families' plates. If we don't save the deer farms, we're putting a whole bunch of people out of business, and they don't have anything else to turn to. Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A70 Weissenberg Amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator
Zhang.
Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Gruenhagen votes aye.
Senator Gruenhagen votes aye. All senators having voted, who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 nays, the A70 Weissenberg Amendment is not adopted. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, in 1988, when the Environment Amendment was passed, I think the taxpayers of Minnesota had a little different idea on what those funds would be used for than what they're actually being used for. And I think I have just the right amendment to correct the misuse of those funds. So I would like to offer the A56 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth offers the A56 amendment. The Secretary will report the A56 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 87, after line 33, insert. This is the A56 amendment.
Senator Farnsworth, to your A56 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment doesn't really change anything that's currently in the bill, doesn't take any of the funds away for any of the studies or any of the programs, but what it does is beginning in July 2026, it limits the amount of money that can be appropriated to the University of Minnesota to 20%, and it limits the amount that can be appropriated to a state agency to 20%. And I wonder, Mr. President, if Senator Green would yield to a question.
Senator Green, will you yield? Yes. Senator Green will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I can't remember, I didn't forgot my notes in my office, but Senator Green, I'm wondering if you can tell me what percentage of these funds go to the University of Minnesota, or what is the total amount that goes to the U?
Senator Green, to the specific question.
Thank you, Mr. President. The University of Minnesota, through the LCCMAR bill, gets approximately 35%, or even though the numbers have jostled a little bit, about $41 million of the $103 million.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So 41 million of 103 million. So around, we know that I have a problem with math, but around 40% of that amount. And I think that when the amendment was passed and when it was recertified, the taxpayers didn't realize what the money was going for. For instance, Mr. President, there is a study that the University of Minnesota is asking for $809,000. The study is called Deer Survival Within Minnesota's Densest Wolf Population. And I guess that I kind of want to ask our resident biologist a question, if Senator Weissenberg would yield for a question.
Senator Weissenberg, will you yield for a question? He will yield for a question. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm just wondering, Senator Weissenberg, what happens to deer in forests with dense wolf populations?
Senator Farnsworth, I want to remind you that we're on the A56 amendment, and we try to prohibit people from having various conversations that's not on the topic that is before us, which is your A56. So Senator Farnsworth, are you sure you want to ask that question?
I am sure I want to ask that question. It's important to the point of this amendment.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. When there's dense wolf populations, they will eat deer. And I think that's what you're asking, Senator Farnsworth.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we just saved the taxpayers $809,000 because we just learned that in areas of dense wolf populations, deer will eat the wolves. And I don't think the deer, well, whatever. Well, hey, you never know. Wolves will eat the deer. That's going to end up on somebody's YouTube clip today.
Absolutely there, Senator Farnsworth.
So we just saved the taxpayers this money, and they can be used for something that people that voted for the amendment actually expected that it would be used for. There's another one that I found kind of interesting. Surveying Minnesota's secretive marsh birds. That's for $413,000. And I've watched enough Woody Woodpecker that I know if a bird doesn't want to be found, you're not going to find it. So we don't need to do that when we could save $413,000. So, Mr. President, this doesn't change anything about this bill. It just limits the amount that can go to state agencies. It limits the amount that can go to the U of M for these wasteful studies that really answer questions that we already know the answer to. So I would request a green vote on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
And Senator Farnsworth, if you're asking for a green vote, are you asking me for a roll call?
Yes, I always forget that, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd to the A56 amendment.
Member, I'd like to ask you to vote no against this amendment. This 20% adjustment and all need to come through my committee, the Environment Committee, to see it has DNR support or other scientific group for study support in order for us to make the adjustment properly instead of just plotted in 20% in the last minute that we are discussing this bill. So again, I ask member to not support this amendment. And you know, wolves, there's when wolf population get dense, deer is not the number one food that they go after, and they usually seek the weakest or the sick deer or sick animal, and usually one of their favorite food will be beaver, just to let them know it's a struggle for them to hunt beaver as well. So just little information here, but again, I ask members to vote no.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Farnsworth, any last comments?
Thank you, Mr.
Hold it. Before you, one of your colleagues just put up his hand at the last minute. Senator Wiesenberg.
It depends on what kind of, thank you, Mr. President. It depends on what kind of prey are in the area. If there's many deer, the wolves will start eating them, and when the deer are gone, then they will start eating the beavers. When the beaver are gone, they'll start eating the rabbits. When the rabbits are gone, they'll start eating something else. Then they'll start moving out of their area when that prey is depleted. And if we have harsh winters, it's hard for the deer to come back, which is what has been going on in northeastern Minnesota for decades. It's been bucks only for 20 years because the wolf population is very high. So the deer population can't come back because it's been lowered so much, and there's often severe winters up there. So the wolf population may have come down a little bit, but the deer population was lower. So when the wolves eat the deer and we have bad winters, the deer just can't rebound. So the wolves do eat other animals. I know there's a Voyager Wolf project. I've followed that biologist, Mr. President, and I've read some of his studies. I say that with air quotations because some of his studies are not studies, they're just observations. Look, this wolf ate a beaver. Look, this wolf is pretty. I have probably 100,000 pictures of the same thing, Mr. President, but that's not science. That's just taking pictures and saying things. So support Senator Farnsworth's amendment. Thank you very much.
Now, Senator Farnsworth, for your closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I guess my final point is that last biennium, the legislature, allocated $1.5 billion for the University of Minnesota. And this just seems to be just another way to pad their budget by another $41 million. It's not what the people expected when they voted for this amendment, and it doesn't change this bill. And so I hope that the members will see that and will vote to make sure that the funds get spent the way that the taxpayers and the voters expected that they would be spent when they voted for that amendment. Vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A56 Farnsworth amendment. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes aye.
Senator Weber votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes no.
And Senator Nelson votes no. All senators having voted who desires a vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A56 amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim. I'm sorry. I was supposed to go to Senator Latz, even though he was on the list. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move that the Senate reconsider Amendment A70.
Senator Latz moves. Hold on. Having voted, did you vote on the prevailing side, Senator Latz?
Yes, I did, Mr. President.
Having voted on the prevailing side, Senator Latz moves that the vote whereby, which amendment?
The A70.
The A70 amendment to Senate File Number 2077 was adopted on April 28th, 2025, be now reconsidered. Would you like a roll call, Senator Latz?
Request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll on the motion to reconsider. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes aye.
And Senator Weber votes aye. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes yes.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye. And Senator Wickland votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 4 noes, the motion to reconsider is adopted. Members, we are now on the A70 amendment. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll on the A70 amendment. Members, the board says that it's a Farnsworth amendment, but it will be recorded properly. It's a Wiesenberg amendment, so you're okay. We'll make sure that it is appropriately and correctly documented. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Say the last one again.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Wickland votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Anderson votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Curran votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Nelson votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes aye.
And Senator Weber votes aye. All senators having voted who desired to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A70 Wiesenberg amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim now.
Thanks, Mr. President. I'd like to offer a constituent amendment, the A100.
Senator Draheim offers the A100 amendment. The secretary will report the A100 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File Number 2077 as follows. Page 20, after line 11, insert. This is the A100 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A100 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I know I am standing in the way to an event at CHS Field that I'm sure the good senator from North Mankato will update us all on later. But what this is, the proposal of the A100 is a pilot program to help out flooded properties. And I know Senator Jasinski had mentioned in his amendment about all the rain that his area received last year. And there are 20-some counties that were flooded or classified by the federal government as disaster areas. Most were in southern Minnesota, but there were 3 or 4 up in the northern or northeast part of the state. So everything from Rock County all the way up to Cook County, there are 20-some counties that were affected. And what this pilot program would do would enable these properties to be bought out and be left alone. So there'd be actually a deed restriction on the properties for 50 years. And the caveat on this is that they had to be flooded out twice before last year's flooding, so a total of 3 times. So these are habitual properties that have been flooded. So that is the A100.
Senator Draheim has offered the A100. Senator Hurd to the A100 amendment.
Mr. President, I'd also like to request for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd.
And again, I ask members to vote no against this amendment. This is taking $5 million from the Water Division project. And so as a pilot program. And I would like to ask, Senator Draheim, perhaps it could be drafted into a bill for next year introduction and then come to committee for a hearing, and so we can have a thorough discussion, the pros and cons of this. Right off the bat here, I observe that it will interfere with operation dollars under the Water Division. That's $5 million. That's going to be laying off so many people, a whole bunch of people out of the $5 million that will be taken out from the Water Division. And so I will not risk this trade-off for the pilot program. So, member, I want to ask you to vote against this amendment.
Any other discussion? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Hurd. This bill did not get a hearing because it wasn't introduced yet, and out of respect for Senator Hurd, I am going to withdraw the A100 amendment.
The A100 amendment has been withdrawn. Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 2077 its third reading.
Senate File Number 2077, a bill for an act relating to state government, appropriating money for environment and natural resources.
Third reading. Any other brief comments before we vote? Senator Green, followed by Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I had a whole series of things slated to talk about, but I think given the time-wise, I'm not going to do that. Some of it was already brought up. I do need to point out in the LCCMR portion of the bill that Senator Farnsworth had brought up the amount of money that's going to the university, and some of the other projects have already been discussed. But I do want to say that I did some checking on that, and we voted for clean water in the amendment that was up in November. That's what the people of Minnesota voted for. Clean water for Minnesota. Who doesn't want clean water? Unfortunately, the $81 million that goes to university apparently is going to backfill wages for professors at the university. It's not, and so when I talked to folks from the university, they said that they only pay that their professors and the people in the university for 9 months out of the year of their salary. So as an example of that, if they make $120,000 a year, $10,000 a month, they're only paying them for $90,000, and the other $30,000 they get for them out of grants. And it appears that the trust fund has become a slush fund for that. And I had a whole series of stuff to read, but I'm just going to read you one. In this one, a wild rice coordinator from the university is going to make $350,000. Field technician for that same bill, $80,000. Interns, $40,000. Then it goes into the DNR that goes through that as well. They'll get some of that money. $150,000 for internal services fees. And then there's some smaller ones, well, not smaller, but sub-award, and that's to be determined. We don't know who that's going to go to yet, but that's $200,000. And as you go through the list of projects from the university, that's what you see. The fee increases in the environmental bill portion are excessive, very excessive. Out of the money that we're running into the deficit $18 billion is spent and gone, $10 billion in new taxes. We all heard it before, and you'll hear it again. But everybody's making cuts. Health and Human Services is struggling to make cuts. Human Services is just digging around to try to find money so they don't have to make cuts. And the Department of Natural Resources has raised their funds. In the bill, it'll tell you that they're cutting back only $1 million this first year and increasing that by $2 million next year. And it sounds really good, except for that they had $4 million in an extra pot that they didn't spend from planting trees. So they're increasing their funding, so they're only dropping back $1 million. So they're spending $3 million this year and increasing $2 million next year in the fees. And no effort at all to say we need to pitch in and do our part to fix this deficit. So there's many, many problems in the bill. The agencies just don't seem to want to face the fact that they're taking money from people who are out working hard, and it's pretty frustrating. But at that, Mr. President, I'll leave it at that for now.
Senator Weissenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just keep this short and simple. There needs to be less politics involved in the Department of Natural Resources and the funding and the research we do, and more science. It's just sad that politics prevails over what people say they want to protect the natural resources, and we just did the opposite today by voting down some of these amendments that actually will help. And some of this, like I said, there's $31 million in here. I can answer those questions. We don't need to ask them. We could put that money. I'm not saying take the money away. I'm saying put it somewhere else and do studies that will actually help the natural resources. Less politics, more science. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hurd, for your last brief comments.
Thank you, everyone, all members here in the Senate chamber, for getting us this far to the bill, to the Senate File 2027, our environmental budget omnibus bill. And I also want to thank especially members of my caucus for standing behind me all this time, not making any amendment. I know many of you are eager to make amendment like the e-waste provision, as well as, repealing the water registry and then wild rice definition, but follow my leadership and respect of my decision and moving forward. And I also appreciate the member of the other eyes as well to making this bill, this discussion more interesting and more engaging. Without you, politics would not be as fun or exciting as it is, and it puts us on check, having people out there seeing that we are here to do our job. This is a good environment bill. As I promised, the policy layer are we put in place for this Thursday, and I appreciate that no policy provision end up in this bill, and I will make sure that go through smoothly and expeditedly throughout the process. My late wife had told me once that I don't belong in politics, but I should be in politics because of my heart. And I know that in politics itself is mesmerized with many character, many personality, many talent, many creativities, and sometimes we need a heart that will forgive people. And I won't hold any grudges, whether you may not go along with my decision on this or not. But what it matters is that we compose a good environmental budget bill. It put a lot of thoughts in it. It's very thoughtful, very creative. A budget bill that have a negative 1 million target. And I appreciate the staff, our council, for helping me, and my staff as well, Carl Jefferson and Cassie Tomadoff, and my staff legislative aide, my Kao Vu. But I cannot do this alone without the collaboration of my committee, both sides of the aisles, whether you support it or not, but it's your involvement that composed this good budget bill. And that has been from the beginning till now that we are passing a budget bill. Senator Jasinski, right before he leave, he said that, make sure I don't mess up this bill because he would like to support it. So that means a lot. I don't know whether his decision changed or not, but it's been stay the same all along, a pure, strong, robust budget bill we have here. And lastly, I'd like to echo a number of predecessors of mine that are here. One in particular is Senator Tomassoni saying this is a good bill, so vote for it, yes.
The Secretary will take the roll on Senate File 2077. This is for final passage. Senator Westland, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Wickland votes aye.
And Senator Wickland votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still waiting on some, but I'll start giving you what I have, if that's all right. Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 40, Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Miller votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Anderson votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Curran votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Weber votes no, and I have a few more.
Senator Weber votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Nelson votes no.
Senator Nelson votes no.
And Mr. President, I'm still waiting on one. Thank you.
Senator. Members, please vote.
Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry.
All senators, we're under a vote. There's no parliamentary inquiry at this point. All senators having voted, who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 30 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we will now proceed to the 13th order of business, which is announcements of Senate interests. Without objection, the following senators will be excused from today's session: Johnson, 215 to 225, Drazkowski, 410 to 435, Farnsworth from 410 to 5:30 p.m., Abler, 5:55 to 6:30, and 6:40 until the end. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope you will allow me to take note. You're supposed to all have a handout, but I don't know where they are. Given all the interest in lead pipes, I did some research during session and found out that there are 50 counties in Minnesota that have a disturbing number of interior home lead pipes. This is actually where the real damage happens to people. Most houses built before 1940 have interior lead piping. So I made a spreadsheet, took me hours, and I will make sure everybody gets it so you know which one of the senators have the most lead pipes of concern. And again, I appreciate your indulging me. I didn't stand up fast enough when we were talking before. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Friend.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, glad to report we've just heard from the I-90 party. It goes till 9 p.m. Since I know you don't want to miss it, I'll just say hope to see everybody there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Seeing none, Senator Murphy for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Wednesday, April 30th at 12 noon.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned.